Hello, everybody. Welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is the 21st of February, and it's the 21st year of the 20th. I was going somewhere with that century. 2021, February 21st, 2021. That just would have been easier to say that right out of the gate. Hello and welcome. And today I'm going to do something I don't normally do because there's plenty of other tech YouTube channels that do this kind of thing. However, I've had a number of people ask me about Raspberry Pi, and I really have no interest in it, to be honest. As a professional, I get paid to work. When I do electronics work and I'm not getting paid for it, that's being a hobbyist or an enthusiast. And it's kind of hard to, I don't know, to know that what you're doing could make you money, but you're doing it for free. Or you're spending money. Hobbyists spend money, professionals make money. They get paid to do what the hobbyists do for free. And that being said, Raspberry Pis are just little tiny, lightweight, small, simple computers intended to do a specific task. You might have it control your sprinkler system, which would give you far more options, generally speaking, for the price than any factory-made sprinkler system controller. You can do all kinds of crazy stuff to be unique to a specific task, whereas a computer is good for any task, right? And in this example here, we've got a retro gaming kit using the Raspberry Pi, and this is all the, well, not all, but a lot of Atari 2600 and Atari 7800 classic 8-bit games, and everything we need to build this is already in this box, or so they say. So it's just under $100 over at Amazon.com. The thing's probably about yay big when you put it all together. It's real simple. You don't need any electrical expertise or experience to put this together. And everything that you need to get it up and running right now, some assembly required or fun assembly required, is all in the box. And when you're done, you should be ready to play and relive the nostalgia. Or if you're a younger folk, you can see what your parents were so excited about. That new E.T. game is coming out. Let's get in line. So yeah, this is nostalgia in a box right here. And you know, like I said, there's plenty of other YouTube channels that'll detail how you can spend your money. I much prefer to teach you how to save your money or how to make money. That's what I generally focus on here with regards to its relation to tech. And all too often, I get a bunch of people that are completely brainwashed by other YouTube content creators in the tech realm to think that every tech channel is designed to get you to spend your money. Not here, absolutely not. If I'm offering you something on this channel, it's because I went to bat for you and got a discount on it, and it's something I use myself. I don't just take any sponsorships. In fact, this video is not sponsored, and I am not endorsing this. This is like a news article. I'm reporting on it. You can follow along with me. I've never done this before. I've never even touched a Raspberry Pi before because there's no money to be made. There's an old expression that folks that went to the California gold rush, most of those folks did not get rich. In fact, most of them lost money. The people who made the money consistently during the California gold rush were the people selling the pickaxes and the shovels, right? So that's fine which roles you want to play. But as I mentioned, most other YouTube tech channels are all about spending your money. They're not really there about teaching you what you can prepare for if you want to go into this as a career. Nor are they really teaching you anything useful that you could use in a career in this industry, especially not in the corporate world. So I'm going to deviate from that, and this is very, very rare. This is a very special occasion you're witnessing because I think that YouTube is oversaturated with hobbyist and enthusiast content, period, end of story, and I don't wish to add to it. However, denying it doesn't cease its existence, nor does it deny its importance in the industry on the other side of the fence. And I just wanted to play some Atari 2600 games. That was that. All right. Here's the box. Let me bring it up to the camera and I'll show you what you get for your $99.99. It's supposedly a complete kit. Everything we need. I guess we're gonna have to download some of the game files, but here's one side of the box. Nothing to see on that side. And then there's a little, over 100 Atari games included. Everything that's in there, all right? Cool, cool. How's everybody? Everybody good? Welcome in. It's a rare opportunity for me to broadcast on a Sunday evening. It's about 6:30 in the evening here in Arizona. No, it's taped. I guess I'm getting real now. Sometimes people want to know when my next live broadcast is. I don't have a set schedule right now because I don't have a permanent studio. Everything is in sort of a limbo, sort of I'm in between places, and I don't really have a place to go to yet. I have so many things in the works, you guys. You probably have, you would go insane. You'd say, there's no way one person can do all this. Well, maybe Elon Musk, but you know. I have sponsorship offers pending. I have a couple of other studio options pending. This location is still pending. I have potentially an opportunity to design and build a house in Michigan on a piece of land that is ideal. It sounds too good to be true. It sounds, to think that I could have a house that I designed and I can afford it in my dream location. Like, I'm in Michigan, but I'm like in the spot to be. I almost don't want to jinx it by talking about it, but the possibility of that is real. So I want to explore that and find out what we can do. Nothing will happen anytime soon. Clearly, a house takes time to build, and we don't even have blueprints, let alone permits or approvals. So that will still be about 2 years out, but it's like planting a seed, it takes a while for that tree to grow. So that is currently a potential opportunity with a very good likelihood of coming to fruition, unless something drastically changes health-wise with the people involved, including myself. But if everything keeps going like it's going, I could finally have my dream house in my dream location and have a proper studio and a perfect internet connection, and just everything will just check all the boxes. So that's going on, and I have a number of other video projects I'm editing, interviews I've scheduled, tech vets that we're getting ready to do, and I want to try Streamlabs in an upcoming stream so I can see your contributions and chat on video. I haven't gotten to it yet, and it goes on and on. I could sit here and just keep talking to you about this stuff. With the Threadripper build we got to get back to, there's a 3090 graphics card sitting right over there. You can see for Threadripper, 128 gigs of RAM in Thready's Revenge. I got the Xenos build. That part should be coming back from Canada. That's a part I need that wasn't fitting right, and I can finally finish the Xenos build. And oh my gosh, there's just so much going on. Again, I could sit here and tell you for the next hour of all the projects or potential projects that I'm currently investigating or pursuing, some of which are going to hit dead ends. That's to be expected. That's why there's so many happening at the same time, so that I'm always moving forward. And if something presents an obstacle, if there's a product I like and I reach out to the company and the company doesn't respond, or their response is to give me the same offer they offer everybody else, I'm not going to be bothered with them. I move on to the next one. And that's why multiple things are always happening simultaneously. With regards to the shirts down below, the response on that has been fantastic. I realize many of you have sent me emails that I have not yet responded to. Please be patient, and I will get back to folks on how they can pay for their shirts and how they can provide me their address so that I can put the order in. I won't talk any more about that because I've already got enough orders, but if you're interested, there is a video posted earlier detailing the shirts and how that process is working. It is just me. I have no employees, and everything has to be done by hand manually, because the amount of time it would take to set up an automated system, it's too much time for a one-time deal. So I need you to be patient, and I appreciate all your kindness and all your support and the contributions. Speaking of contributions, just name a couple that just occurred here. Rick Hubbard with a £5 contribution. Thank you, Rick. And Rick Lakes. It's the contribution of the Ricks. Rick Lakes contributes $20. Well, thank you, Ricks. I appreciate that very much. And let's get this thing unboxed. Let's see what's in here, and let's get some fun done. What do you say? You want to do it? Let's do it. Stefan has contributed 20 Canadian dollars, says, hello, Carey. Here's a small amount to help with your YouTube channel. Right on. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see what's in here. Let's see how they packed it. See what this looks like. Well, the packing's super delicate, he said sarcastically. Just slap it in the box, nobody cares. All right then, no packing material. Here, hold that. What do we got? Power supply for the wall. Instructions. This is the Raspberry Pi. This is the computer. This is the motherboard. It's all, everything you need is already on the board, except for the storage, which is right there. We have a standard, basic, everyday, ordinary HDMI cable. Yeah. And then this is, I guess, the controller in here. Hey, that's got packing on it. The controller is a standard USB controller that you could use on a PC. And everything you need. That's too bad they didn't go with the standard Atari joystick. But, yeah, what are you going to do? Kids today. Kids today, they don't know. But everybody likes this. Let's try to make it sound like it's cracking my neck. You're welcome. All right. A couple other contributions have come in. What do we have? Kevin Arsenault with 20 Canadian dollars. Hey, thank you, Kevin. Michael Dane contributes $5. He goes, here's $5 for your Gatorade fund. Hey, Michael, thank you. You're the man. Thanks, guys. Thanks for supporting the channel here. We're keeping it free for everybody so we don't have to charge people for videos, right? These contributions, they help keep these videos free. And, you know, with an occasional sponsorship every now and then, again, with a product or a service that I use myself at a discount exclusively for you guys for a limited time. That's how we're generating the money here to keep going. Julian D with 99 cents. Thank you, Julian. Ray Burke says, Carey, well, just got back home due to the snowstorm for the first 7 days with no power, no heat, and just a bed with a 0-degree sleeping bag. 2 days in a hotel, and now back home with power for now. That's rough. That's rough, but I'm glad to hear you're doing well. And hey, you know, I do believe the older folks are better surviving without electricity and without heat than the younger generation. I think we're just more resilient, we're more resourceful, and we didn't always have that stuff, right? We had electricity, but we didn't have much of it. My dad would turn off every light. It wouldn't matter if I was in it. What are you reading? No, this light's going off. Well, I'm not paying for heat. You just put yourself under the blanket, you know? Use your body heat. That's how I grew up. That was life. So to me, well, it's enormously inconvenient. I wouldn't die from it, you know? So I do think those of us who are not, you know, who are like Gen Xers or boomers, as you will, this is inconvenient, but it's not devastating. And for the millennials or the younger generation, the Gen Ys, I think it's absolutely devastating that they don't have any electricity. They just don't know how to live. And it is like serious, like they could perish because of their lack of ability to know how to survive and the basic survival skills that every animal has except for human beings because of the convenience of our society. But it is what it is, and it all builds character. And you know, amidst a pandemic on top of that, it's certainly life. Planet Cryos contributes $40, says, hey, Carey, hope all is well. Hey, Planet Cryos, thank you so much for your continued support and generosity. I appreciate that very much. And then Mike, was it, sorry, I missed one here, didn't I? Mike Yazzie with $20. Mike, thank you so much. Thanks, you guys. We got a generous chat room today. Okay, now, what do we have? We have the power adapter, the Raspberry Pi unit. This is going to be the little case. The case is the coolest part of the whole thing. You know, we talk about computer cases. We talk about case windows, aluminum, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, that has some packing. Well, with the Raspberry Pi, you can shop around for a case no differently. Wow, there's a lot of cardboard in here. Ooh, realistic wood grain veneer, just like the real thing. Wow, there's a lot of pieces here. Holy smokes. And a rubber band. Well, this is a lot more complicated than a PC case. Okay. So we'll get to this, but this is like the wood veneer grain sticker, so it really looks like the plastic Atari 2600 console had that wood veneer plastic sticky stuff on it, and that's going to go on the case. This is all flattened out, I guess. This is all going to assemble into a little rectangular cube. So we need these pieces, and we need these pieces, and those pieces. But cardboard, no, no, yes, yes, no. Screws, yeah. More veneer, more cardboard, and a rubber band, and more cardboard, and then that last little piece. I don't know, I guess it'll make sense in a little bit, but somehow we assemble all that. And then in this box here, as I mentioned, this is your motherboard. It already has everything on it except for an operating system, and that's all going to be controlled with a memory card, which, where's my memory card? It's supposed to come with a memory card. Now, you've never seen one of these little hobbyist project boards. It's sort of the modern equivalent to, what do they used to have, those Hewlett-Packard, what were they called? Come on, guys. Basically, you could mail order an electronics kit that has all of your all the parts, circuit board and parts, and you put a Heath kit, not Hewlett-Packard, Heath kit. Oh my gosh, I'm getting old. And there should be like a little tiny micro SD card in here somewhere. Where it goes. Let me show you what this looks like close up. This is an entire little motherboard. It's nothing that you're going to set any records with speed-wise, but it's pretty incredible how the technology just keeps shrinking. We've got a bunch of USB ports and an Ethernet port there. We'll turn it this way. We've got an HDMI out and an audio out, it looks like, and a USB Type-C over here. And nothing on the other two sides. Oh, and there's our little micro SD card reader. It's going to slide in right in there. Okay. Okay, so where's the card? It's supposed to come with a card. I don't know. We'll just, maybe you haven't gotten there. Maybe it's in this package. It's just for the case. I don't know. It's somewhere. Ooh, this is engraved. That's cool. This is one of the, I'm guessing this is like the lid or something. Does this peel off? I think this peels.
Might be digging into the directions for this one because this one's very different. But just to show you, it's got a nice little Atari logo engraved. Or it might say Irata if the camera's reversing everything. Where is the memory card? So the memory card is super tiny, but I know it's got to be there. So everything's tiny, so you know what that means, don't you? Yeah. Okay, documentation. Oh, this is just a quick start guide. Insert the provided Atari Games micro SD card into the Raspberry Pi. Okay, that's step one. I need the memory card. This is our power supply. There's my memory card. Should have been in the box with everything else, unless it's in here. Says in the box is a Raspberry Pi, yeah. Micro SD card, no. Vilros USB gamepad, yeah. 6-foot HDMI cable, yep. Micro USB power supply, yep. This quick start guide, okay. The Atari Raspberry Pi case, yep. And the micro USB power adapter. Well, what's the difference between a micro USB power adapter and a Raspberry Pi micro USB power supply? I think they listed the same thing twice. It says you may or may not use the included Raspberry Pi case. If you choose to, the instructions are included with the case. You'll need to connect the Raspberry Pi to an HD TV with an available HDMI port, and you'll need to have internet connected to the Raspberry Pi via Ethernet cable or Wi-Fi. If you choose Wi-Fi, the initial startup screens will guide you through the process of connecting to your home Wi-Fi. And you can either connect the included Vilros USB gamepad, or you can use a USB keyboard or mouse for the initial setup phase. Well, that's just freaking fantastic. However, I don't know where I never saw a micro USB. And it's tiny, right? So it's probably in here somewhere. Maybe it's taped to the inside of a box. Because you know that's something people are going to call and say, oh, I didn't get it. I keep looking in this, but this is all the parts for the Raspberry Pi. This is all the parts for the case for the Raspberry Pi. And these are the instructions for the Raspberry Pi. I do not have any micro SD. Okay. Matthew wants me to check the floor. I guess I better check the floor. I might have, in my enthusiasm, because, you know, I am an enthusiast. Let me just look on the floor. Oh, look what I found on the floor. That's what I need right there. That's got the micro SD in there. Looks like it's something that's sold separately as well. So at Micro Center, of all places. We don't have Micro Center in Arizona, so I'll just have to live vicariously through you guys. That's better. Whew. Okay, I can breathe again. This whole project was going to come to a real quick stop if I didn't have that. Welcome to Live Video 101 with your host, Merka. You see, I screwed it up because it's live. What are you going to do? Michael Dane says, we all tried to tell you. Well, I got there. You told me. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. We got this. But I tell you about patience. Okay. So the first thing it wants me to do is put the micro SD card into the Raspberry Pi. I mean, if you look at that, doesn't that look exactly like a Raspberry Pi? I don't know what Village Inn you're eating at. Okay. keep eating Raspberry Pis, you're going to end up with a Bluetooth. What's going on? What's going on, man? It doesn't make any sense. We just ran out of names. We were eating some pie. What do we to call it? Raspberry Pi? I'm just glad they weren't in a lingerie store when they were deciding what to name this thing. All right, so we've got a little case that holds the memory card, the little one, and then there's an adapter to adapt the little one to the larger size. We're not using that larger one. Everything's tiny. But it's nice to have that little adapter, keep it in your junk drawer or, you know, spare parts area. So if you ever need to, you know, read one of these little micro SD cards, this little adapter is there to convert it. If you've never seen one before, this is the memory card. It's about, well, there's the size of my pinky nail. It's a little larger than that. And that's got everything. All this is an adapter. Just makes it fit a larger memory card reader. So if your memory card reader doesn't have the ability to read one of these, you can slide it into the adapter like this. And now you have a standard SD card. So this would be an SD card, and this one here would be a micro SD card. But the fact that they're called SD means that they're compatible and you can just adapt the size. We can't make a big one small, but you can make a small one big. You can quote me on that. Now, here on the back of the Raspberry Pi, you've got this little area, this little metal shield down here, and that's where the memory card's going to go. Now, the memory card's only going to go in one way, so if I try and put this in upside down, I'm not going to get too far. If I turn it the other way, I'm not going to get too far. Maybe I am. Hold on. No, got nothing. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's just pretty tight fit, and then it should go in like that. If I tried to put it in the other way, it probably won't fit. Yeah, it's not going to fit. But think about it. If the contacts are right here, if you look at the bottom of this, see the little copper or brass colored contacts? And then you look at this, you got to ask yourself, where would these contacts make contact with the circuit board? It would have to go, the contacts would have to face towards the circuit board, right? They wouldn't face away from it. So you want to place this in that direction that makes logical sense. You can even look inside of there in that little slot, and you can see the little metal connectors in there that are going to contact those little metal landings on the end of the card. But again, the card will not let you insert it incorrectly. It's simply not going to work. It's not going to fit. That's all the way in. So it sticks out just a little tiny bit. Never use brute force, unless you want to break it. All right. And we can, like I said, we can keep this little adapter. I'll just put it over here in a drawer, and if I have like a USB memory card reader, and it, like for example, this one. This memory card reader will only read SD cards. See the size of the slot? So if I want to read that little tiny memory card in this card reader, I would use this adapter. I don't think I can explain that any more thorough. So let's move on. Did I miss any more contributions? Let me take a quick look in the chat room. John Craig with a 5-pound contribution. He says the cold weather is why God invented blankets. Am I right? Yeah. Agreed. Terrell Cochran contributes $2 and says you dropped something on the floor in front. Yeah, I do that from time to time. Now, it says, and thank you guys. Thank you for your contributions. The documentation shows, let me bring this up and I will show you what I'm looking at so you can appreciate good documentation, which this appears to be so far, minus telling me I have 2 power supplies. So full color photo is always nice. Even shows the direction of that SD card going in, which I didn't pay attention to earlier. And that's just page 1. If we flip it over now to page 2, this is the full assembly of the case. Now, why it's so many pieces, I don't really understand. I guess these Raspberry Pis come in different thicknesses or heights. So I guess the case is adjustable to thickness. I guess that's, I mean, I'm just imagining. I don't know why else they would do that. It seems like it's going to cost more to manufacture 7 or 8 pieces than it would cost to manufacture 1 piece. Install Raspberry Pi into the Atari case. Optional, but recommended. And then connect your Raspberry Pi. Well, that's not very useful instructions, but the picture, the diagram is nice. So I'm guessing, this is the bottom. This piece here has like these keyholes in it. And it's got like a strange cardboard. I'll tell you what this looks like to me. And again, it's not real clear in the documentation, but it looks like they will put a piece of sticky paper on something that they're cutting, and it prevents the cut from cracking what you're cutting. The tape keeps it, this is not my wheelhouse. But oftentimes when you're doing cutting on things that are delicate, like glass or some plastics, they will often put a sticky paper on them, and that's done to keep it clean and from scratching or damaging or being cracked, etc., when the work is being done. And then apparently they're leaving it to us to peel this stuff off. Now it's just for looks. I don't think it's required. While water and mild detergent when cleaning acrylic. Acrycast sheet. Oh, it's Acrycast. How do you say that? Acrycast? I don't even know what that is. Acrylic? Can we just say acrylic? No, we can't say that. This should just peel off. However, this may be the hardest part of the whole thing. It is just for looks, so it's not like you have to take it off. Do not use scrapers. Water and mild detergent with a soft cloth when cleaning. Do not use scrapers. Do I need to keep it on? I don't know. They don't really tell us. This is what I don't like about most directions. They just assume too many things. You know, you need to detail everything like I do. Assume somebody has no point of reference. And for people who do, well, they can skip past that step, right? All right, so that does peel off super easy once you get it started. Barely an inconvenience. Fingernails is good if you have any. Abdul Azim Patel says, squirrel. Come on now. Oh, jeez. Aha! Look at how clear that is. Nice. There's one down. And do another one now. So it'd be nice if they left a little pull tab or something, you know, that you could get this tape started with. That would have been a nice thought. Just leave a little bit off the edges or fold it over so you could unfold it and use it as a pull tab. But this isn't for people in a hurry. This is a fun project. This is not a bargain project. You could certainly do something like this on your own PC right now. You don't have to go and get a designated piece of hardware. And you most certainly don't need a little Raspberry Pi case that mimics the look of the original Atari 2600. You're paying extra for all of that, and you're paying extra, in this case, to put it together yourself. Sort of like going to the store and buying a puzzle. You're paying to buy something that you have to go to work to do, when that little picture of whatever the puzzle is would just be cheaper for you to buy the picture already assembled. So in this case, in the enthusiast world, people pay money to occupy themselves with whatever form of entertainment they get from this kind of activity. It is not about finding a bargain or getting away with something cheap. This is about taking on a project that is relatively simple to put together, regardless of experience, and you don't need any special tools or anything. You should be able to use whatever basic tools most people have laying around the house, like a Phillips screwdriver or something like that. And then you have the sense of pride and accomplishment, having completed the job. It does look like there's still a little bit of that tape right in the middle of the Atari logo there, which is really bugging my OCD. I don't know how you're supposed to get that out. So I'm gonna do what they tell you not to do. And I'm gonna get one of my little dental picks out, or what they call test probes. They're not test probes that I've ever seen, but I have these little dental picks. I showed it on my tool video. And I should be able to just scrape that right out of it, even though it tells me not to scrape it. I don't know which will look worse, tape or scrape. Okay, there's one. And then there's, right in the middle of the A, there's a little tiny piece. Gotcha. And then the other A, there's another little tiny piece. Come on. I think I got it. Did I get it? Get you and your little dog too. This is just OCD at its best right here, folks. This has nothing to do with performance. This is just about making it look good, even though the only person looking at it is me. Although when I show it to the camera, the camera's shooting HD. It'll pick up every little detail. There, did you hear that justification? It's good, right? Well, the little trademark sign still has a little something in there. Not quite sure I can do much about that one. That's kind of crazy. Looks pretty good. Much better. Still bugging me on that trademark sign. Could probably run this under the sink. Got some of it that time. So everything else should be easy from this point forward. Let me show you what I've got here. Now that I've taken the tape off of it, you can see it's got a nice logo there. Okay. Did you see it for the 3 seconds I held it? I hope so. No, I don't want these little bits sticking to my counter. It's torture for a guy like me. Give me the big trash. I can throw it on the floor, pick it up later. The little tiny stuff, it'll stick to the counter. It'll be there for 10 years. Couple of contributions. What have I missed here? Planet Cryos with a contribution. Again, 20 bucks. Says, forgot to mention, I can't wait for the shirts. I pre-ordered 2, and I will wear them proudly. Right on. That's cool. Thank you. Again, I appreciate your support. And I will get back to everybody who has emailed about the shirts on how to move forward with payment and getting me your address. So please be patient. I'll get to that next week. William Lynn contributes $5. Hey, William, thank you. He said there should be a wood grain sticker or something on the top acrylic where the Atari logo is. But I love your videos, by the way. Keep it up. Yes, there is a wood grain acrylic. That's right here. I showed that in the unboxing. And that is going to go on this piece. So this piece here, put this away. This is the top piece, and I kind of gave it little lines. Keep losing my video feed so I can see what I'm doing. They kind of gave it little lines to make it look like the top of a Atari console. And then you'll see this wood grain sticker, it's wider on one side. That's going to go over where all these holes are. So that's going to go on like so. Yeah. In fact, I don't even know that it's a sticker. I think it just sits on top. Not sure. Doesn't look like a sticker. I think it all just squishes down with screws holding it all together, sandwiches it together. That's what it looks like. So basically what ends up happening, if we do this backwards, this would be the top, this would be the wood grain, and then there's a clear piece that says Atari that's got to go like that. So these three pieces together make up the top of the unit, and then it looks like this. See, so you don't have to tape that down. It's all going to be sandwiched in. And then, you know, those of us who have had an Atari 2600 or familiar with it can recognize the retro nostalgia homage, the homage. Recognize the homage. You want me to say plethora again? Okay. Carey, you're putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable. All right, so back to the directions here. So the next thing is it wants this piece right here. Yes, yes, yes. Wait. Let me flip it upside down. Do this backwards. So this piece looks like that. I don't think it matters. Obviously, the holes all have to line up. If the holes aren't lining up, you're not putting it in right. And then we've got this funky little piece right here. Is a little wood grain piece. Let me bring it up to the camera and I'll show you. This little funky piece right here is going to go where this is exposed, right? That's going to go on like so. Turn it the right way, Carey. Yeah. All right. I kind of skipped ahead because I was excited. So now we've got these pieces. We've got a thin piece, which it appears this thin piece goes on. No. It shows 3 of these. 1, 2, 3 of those. Oh, I got 2 in my hand, that's why I couldn't find them. All right. That's great. Now what is this on? What's this, a 4th one? Oh, that goes on the bottom. That's going to go under the surface. Okay. All right. So these go above. We're going to take all 3 of these pieces. I'm going to bring them up to the camera and show you. Getting a lot of walking done in this video. These 3 pieces, they all just sit on top of each other. There's not any particular order. They just line up, become this You just add a little thickness to the case. They're spacers is all they are. Okay. Let's see. So if that goes there, and then these are going to go like this. Yeah. Okay. So I'm building everything upside down. So now this piece would go, no, it's not right, Carey. Can't be right. That cutout has to be the other way around, doesn't it? That's going to go in. That's going to go in the opposite way. Basically, we know for a fact that that has to go this way. Again, I'm building it upside down, so that would go in like so. And that would mean these pieces have to go in this side, right? They would have to. No, they can't go that way. They have to go this way. Okay. So it would have to go like that. Does that seem right? I think that's right. With the, I don't know. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got it. Yep. All right, so I'm gonna put this piece back on. And there's nothing that really locks that in, so I just have to set it down on here some way. Oh, there is a little groove. All right, that's cool. That's cool. I guess you're just supposed to somehow keep all this together. Keep it together, Carey. Come on. Why is such a pain in the butt? Now, be glad you're not paying me for by the hour for this. Let me tell you that right now. Definitely should get your money back. I don't know what I'm doing. Is that right? I don't know. How about now? You like me now? Nope. Okay. Gosh darn it. Sit there like you're supposed to. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm kind of curious how this sits around the circuit board, because the circuit board obviously has to, you know, it's nice when you have some sort of guide, something to help you or assist you in assuring that things are going on in the right direction, in the right orientation, and are seated the way they're supposed to be seated. So it's a little difficult to tell with this because it appears there's nothing for this little wood grain to slide into. There's just no track for it, so I don't know how it's supposed to. It's very strange. Maybe it's supposed to just go in like that. Maybe that's the trick. That's a little tricky. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna say that's probably about right. Maybe I'll just do one of these at a time. He said. There does seem to be a little bit of an issue here. Let me just check these real quick. Are these all the same? These are all the same. So why am I running up against the memory card? I should not be running up against the memory card. Unless I'm doing something incorrectly, and that never happens. It's clearly not me. Why is that? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. I somehow flipped this upside down and didn't realize I was focused on this wood grain. I'm working from the top. The top is upside down right now, right? So this is supposed to be between the top of the lid and the top of the circuit board, and I'm trying to put it under the circuit board. That's not going to work, Carey. Okay, I see what I did. I see what I did now. I got confused momentarily. It's all starting to make sense. All right. You know, it's kind of like looking at a map upside down, and you got to figure out which way's north. Whatever way I'm driving, the map needs to accommodate me. If I'm driving east, I don't want to see the map in the north position. I want to see the map in an east position, so I know what's on my left and my right instead of having to translate that in my head. Okay, that should do the trick, maybe. That should definitely maybe do it. What a stupid design for a case. I guess they do this because, you know, they want to make sure you got your money's worth. There's this little thread or something on there. Yeah. Okay, I want to try it the other way around. So this is the bottom, and the bottom goes, there's this piece here. This goes on the bottom. And it shows in the diagram. Oh, I see there's more tape in here. Let's see. This way. Oh, I just broke it. It's made of wood. It's not just wood grain, it's made of wood. But luckily for me, the screws all hold this together because I just broke that. So be aware, I'll get some Gorilla Glue. Be aware that that breaks. You know what? If this was a professional job, that would be embarrassing, but this is a hobbyist activity, so I don't care. There's no pressure. It doesn't matter. But the diagram is wrong, because the way the diagram shows this plastic piece, the words would be not readable. The words would be inside out. It's showing these hooks on the other side. Let me see something. Is that going to line up? We have this piece here, which it shows goes that way. Even this piece, oh, it's interesting that they designed this piece where the holes for the screws cut right into the plastic. If you look at that top, Those holes cut right through that plastic. So this is going to be another brittle piece. If you bend this a little bit, it's just going to snap off. And again, it doesn't really do much. It's just a spacer. It's not going to, be an issue with regards to the stability of the product. It's just the idea that you broke something, So this shows this little cutaway is around the HDMI port here. But they definitely show this the other way around for some reason. And as I mentioned, if it's the other way around, you can't read it. All the wording is backwards. So I can't imagine they did that on purpose. I have to go this way with it, I think. Why would they put the right? I mean, the way it pictures it, it shows it this way. And then it shows this wood piece in one piece. See, the directions are wrong. And then it shows this piece. Oh, so this piece has a little cutout on one side, and they want that on the right. This has already become more complicated, but it's simple. I mean, it's not, it is simple. Wow, that's super thin right there. Which way does that go? They're not real clear about which way this goes. Does it go this way? It can't go that way because then it would stick out. It has to go with the thin side towards me. They don't really specify that. And then they show the circuit board going in next. This is sort of like trying to put together a sandwich. And I think what I'm going to have to do is start the screws in order to hold everything together, because we've got how many layers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 layers that you're trying to keep aligned in order to get it all sandwiched together. So I'm going to guess probably the best way to do this is to go ahead and start with the screws in the bottom holes and then just start resting everything on the screws and work smarter rather than harder. Let's see if I can zoom you guys in a bit so you can get a closer look at what I'm doing. I realize without having a camera operator here, I kind of lose track of what the camera's focused on, but we'll see if we can put that right about there. Ought to be good. And then hopefully you'll get enough close up that you won't need the directions. And now I can put my glasses on and you don't see me. I like that better anyway. So let's see, it's in this little plastic baggie. Oh, I didn't realize these little pieces were in there. That's cool. That just makes it more complicated. I love it. Let's just keep overcomplicating this simple thing. Now, the directions are showing that we have a little rubber washer. Again, it doesn't designate which side the washer we use, but I'm going to use logic and suggest that we would put the screw in so that it goes into the recessed hole, and these become rubber feet so as not to scratch the surface of whatever we put this on. And it would have been nice if they would have just mentioned that. And then these are going to go in the lid. That's what the screws are going to screw into. So if we start at the bottom, It should be a lot easier to do it this way. Again, documentation could have been a little more helpful here. Well, I can do this for a living, nor does anybody in the world. That's why, see why that doesn't matter that I broke it? See, it doesn't matter. It just kind of bugs my OCD. But I'll get over it. Beautiful. See, no one's ever gonna know. Shh, be our secret. It's our secret. No. See, the documentation is showing these two keyholes there's a cutout on this side, right here. And that cutout needs to be on the other side for the HDMI port, so I need to flip these around. Probably best to figure this out before I have to take it all back apart again and fix it, right? So let's just take care of that now. Once again, if there was some kind of mark or arrow that you could line up that was placed on each corner, or on one corner of each piece, so you would know which side faces up and which side goes towards the top, that would have been super easy for them to do in manufacturing. Even if it was just a little marker or something, it would be easier. So I'm just looking at the orientation of everything in the breakout diagram, which is all they give you for instructions. And it appears this piece, you'll see this piece has a longer side that's going to go down this way. And now we can place the Raspberry Pi unit. Turn this around like so. Okay, this is really confusing me. These directions are wrong. They're just wrong. There's no way that that can go on the right side because the holes won't line up. This has to go this way. It has to, there's no choice. But in doing so, the documentation is wrong. I had it right to begin with. Remember I said I couldn't read the words? They've done this documentation incorrectly. The bottom plate should be facing the other way. I knew it. They screwed up. Let me show you. This bottom plate shows these two holes. If I'm doing it exactly as pictured, the holes are on, if you're looking at it this way, the holes are to the right and the holes are to the right. The holes have to be to the left. Otherwise, when you place this down to align with the cutout here, well, wait a minute. Maybe this Raspberry Pi doesn't screw down. Well, now I'm confused. Does the Raspberry Pi screw down or doesn't it? It does. It shows the Raspberry Pi going through the holes. But that's not possible, is it? It can't go through the holes. Oh, wait a minute. This gets more and more detailed. If you look at the diagram, only one screw, if you look at the red line drawn from the screw going up, only one is intersecting through the circuit board. Do you see that? The other three do not. So again, looking at a picture is weird. But now, that's how they're showing it. They're showing it exactly like that. And they're showing the screw here on the corner. This one is the one that goes through. Those holes look too small to go through. Oh yeah, I guess it's gonna go. There's no way that can't be right. That doesn't look right at all. It's all cattywampus and crooked. But it does show the screw goes through what's closest to the USB Type-C port. And that this other one, it simply does not align. So what am I supposed to do? This screw's in the way. It prevents us from going where it wants us to go. According to the diagram, that screw is right alongside this port. This screw is just blocking us. We can't do that. No can do. Hold on, let's take another look here. What's going on? This is not right. This is not right at all. It shows the other screws are going around the circuit board. Maybe that red line isn't going through the circuit board at all. Maybe nothing holds that circuit board down because you can't. It's not possible. The circuit board has just got to rest in there, I guess. Ooh, that's resting right on the memory card. Oh, I see, that little cutout is for the memory card access right underneath. That's what that little cutout is for. Okay. I still think this piece of plastic should be flipped the other way, but I'm going to just keep going. We're just going to keep marching forward and see what happens. Now, we can take one of these pieces. One of these would go on. I feel like we're not quite where we need to be here. Oh. And then on this side, we have a little piece like that. It's got a little groove cut out in it. And I guess that's gonna go doing something I've never done before. No rehearsal, no practice, and no research. Live on the internet. It either makes me very brave or very stupid. So that piece acts as a spacer between the circuit board, but this little piece is not going into the groove properly, which suggests to me that the circuit board is not seated far back enough. I'm very puzzled by the level of difficulty this is presenting to me. I did not expect it to be this challenging. I thought it would be a lot easier. The circuit board isn't sitting flush at all. This isn't right. This isn't right. No, no, no. And there's no cutout or groove to allow for that circuit board to sit on any of these. It'd be nice if there was some sort of positive. Oh, okay. I just felt the circuit board sit down into the little plastic recess. So when it is seated, everything does fit like it should. Now that little wood veneer thing is in the little groove up here that I was struggling with. And then I lost a screw. I know, I've got a screw loose. All right, now this, obviously the corner has to bend in that direction. And that should slide. We could do the next one right ahead of time. Sure, why not? Let's do that. We could probably do all three of these. Well, how you like me now? Huh? See? Rocket science. Brains. It goes together a lot easier when you do it right. When you have the parts seated in the right place. But again, what do I have to compare it to? I've got no point of reference to go from, and these directions are just a picture. I'm supposed to, listen. It's ridiculous. Okay, I got a new problem now. Why is that screw shorter than all the other ones? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Look how far that screw comes up. Because I put it on, got overconfident. Look at me. just testing you, making sure you're paying attention. All right. All right. Geez, I didn't realize we were going to go into day 3 on this build. Where's my RGB at? Okay, now that we did that, these are just jokes, folks. Just jokes. Relax. Well, it can't go on that way. The way it's pictured, it cannot go on. Okay, it's pictured, it shows like this, and it shows this is upside down. Why would I want the Atari logo upside down? They did everything upside down. Flip it this way, I guess. Oh, I had it upside down. That was me. Okay. Why can't things be complicated the way I'm used to? Simple things really puzzle me. All right, now these little end caps, these are what the screws are going to screw into, and we can just place those down. These aren't the end you're supposed to be tightening. But this way you don't see the screws, right? I just want to get them started so they don't fall out when I flip this thing over. And you notice I haven't used any tools yet, except my brain, and that tool is clearly not the sharpest one in the drawer here. But that's all right. Now I know. We've learned together. We know now how not to do it. That's pretty valuable to know that. That obviously didn't put all the way in. Try that again, flip that over. Okay, now. Uh-oh, where's my bit? I just use my standard Phillips number 2, handy dandy everyday miracle driver. You know what? I have no patience for this. Let's get out the serious tool. It's the wrong size bit for that, Carey. I get my JIS driver. Remember when I said you just needed one tool? Yeah. Well, if you have the JIS screwdriver, then you're good. I'm gonna go this way. Try not to tighten one side down too much. It'll cause some flex on the circuit board, and your case isn't gonna look straight because it's, you know, it's all those pieces sandwiched together. So I think this is just spinning. Don't over tighten this, guys. You just want to bring it to its snug so that nothing rattles or is loose. If you over tighten it, you will crack it. This is cheap stuff. Now we're done, we're built. This is the whole thing, just like it looked in the photograph. But you see the writing under here is upside down, but you see how it aligns, the square hole aligns with the chip. And that's what I was concerned about. That's obviously there for heat, to let this chip right here get some air. And they've got these two little keyholes, so you can hang this on a wall or, I don't know, whatever. Oh, it's not written upside down. It's written right side up. When you read it from the other side, Carey, I was reading it from putting it together. So I was looking at the bottom from the circuit board side. So that is all correct. The instructions are correct. I was misinterpreting the directions. That's why a guy like me needs YouTube videos. Let me watch somebody do it. I wonder what this little cutout right here is for. Did I put that on wrong? Is that supposed to go somewhere? Yes, it's supposed to go on this side. There's a little cutout right here for some reason. I don't know why. See the groove? And what did I do? I could have put this on one of two ways, and I had to put it on wrong. So again, super easy to fix. I don't know how important it is, but it's important to me to do it right, even if I don't understand what the significance of that is yet. It's clearly intended to be a cutout, maybe for access to the cables. And again, this is why you don't want to tighten everything down, because you're just going to be undoing it again when you notice a mistake. All right, let's try this again. This piece right here has to go that way. That's why it would help if there was an up and down. You know what I'm saying? You get me? You get me, bruv? I had it right the first time. Now I got it all dirty. Watch him slowly go insane. It's quite entertaining. Did you see that YouTube streamer? He was live and he was literally going crazy. To watch somebody's mind degrade live on cameras, very entertaining. You should watch it sometime. No. Why? Why must you be so cruel? Stop it. Okay, you and I are going to have a talk. Cooperate. Do you first. You're special now. All right, now I'll do this one. Michael Dane says, get a straitjacket ready. Do straitjackets work on gay people? Let's see. This one's trouble. We're going to keep an eye on you. Everybody else, all your siblings, they do exactly what they're told. But that screw right there, he just wants to play by his own set of rules. Okay, bottom, side, front, other side, back. Okay, now, we still have access to the memory card right in there. You can swap that out. You have to take this apart. Now, we set that down. The rest of these instructions are just setting up the gameplay. You know, here's how you plug it in, and here's how you turn it on, and here's how you use a controller. That's really useful. Thanks, guys. Didn't know how to use a controller. I thought it was mind controlled. All right, so that's a little cutout. I was just fixing right in there. But the top isn't cut out. It's just underneath. I don't know why. I don't know why. Hey, does this thing have a power button? How do you turn this thing on? I don't see a power button on here at all. Maybe it just comes on when you plug it in. That's kind of weird, isn't it? There's no power button. Hey, you want a power button? It costs $5 more, I think. Let me see. What does it say about turning this on? I was just making fun of how stupid that was. Power up your Raspberry Pi by plugging in the power adapter. So if you want to turn it on, you plug it in. If you want to turn it off, you unplug it. Great. That's just great. Power adapter. It's a USB style power connector. It's gonna go right here. Now, why there's a separate audio out when you've got HDMI doesn't make any sense, because HDMI should carry the audio through. Let's see if that works, or if I have to connect up speakers. Because ideally the speakers would be optional. It probably says something in the documentation that I'm not reading. Because instructions is for suckers. That is not a very long power cable. What am I supposed to plug this into? That's some outlet that's built into the bottom of my desk? What are they thinking? How can I plug that in? It doesn't even make any sense. All right, whatever. I don't care. HDMI cable. Okay, here's the HDMI cable right here. They got little plastic covers. Little condoms on these things. I don't know why they do that. It's important we keep the dust out of there. Yeah, because that's a real place dust goes. You just hate the environment and you just want to fill up our landfills with non-biodegradable plastics. Because everybody else is doing it. All right, HDMI cable. It's going to go right there. Okay. And the controller, we got the controller right here, and that's USB, and we'll just take the wire tie off of that. And then, you know, we can use any USB port, and it does say that it needs an internet connection. We can do that through Wi-Fi, or we can do it through this Ethernet port. And I just have to figure out a way to get this some juice, some power. I think I can just power it off the USB-C cable from the computer. I'm thinking it's probably just 5 volts. So let me just move that. Let's plug this into the HDMI card, the HDMI capture card here on the streaming computer. I guess I need to get the camera more wide angle shot now that you guys have seen everything close up, yeah? Let's back this off. I think that's good. And this in over here. Who said these videos weren't real? It's all an elaborate script designed to make it look like it's live. Imagine how much work that would be. And they have to get it done right the first time with no edits. And that'd be good if I could do that. Okay, so I need to go from type A to type C. I'll use that same cable I used last time. I only have one cable that does that. Although I did order cables from Amazon, and those will be here, I think, Wednesday. But in the meantime, I'll get through with what I have. So we'll go type C. Oh, it's not a type C cable. That is not type C. That is, what do they call that? Micro USB? This is not gonna work. I wish it was type C. What do you want for Raspberry Pi? You know, Raspberry Pi isn't exactly the leader in bleeding edge technology, okay, folks? It's just a little project hobbyist box. That's all it is. That's all it's meant to be. Don't expect too much. And you won't be disappointed. So what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? That cable is way too short. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I have a USB to micro. Maybe I do. What's this? No. I think that's a mini. What's that? That's a mini too. I don't think I've got one of them's. Well, it's not my day today. Tomorrow's not looking good either. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to plug it in. Not quite sure how. Just so you guys can see the plug a little closer. I can't remember what this plug is called. Oh, you know what? I do have one of those. I thought it was the other one. Oh, yeah. I'm so confused. There's like 8 different types of USB connectors, okay? So I'm gonna need you to get all the way off my back on this. All right. Phew. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, always be prepared. It's still only 1.5 feet or 2 feet. Let's see if this will do it. Let's plug this in over here. Over here. I plugged it in. It only took 20 minutes for me to plug a cable in. Is it doing anything? We're going to go over to, this is the Raspberry Pi screen coming up. Aha. See? See? Are you impressed? Well, you should be. Now the question is, do I have any audio on this bad boy here? I don't know. I can't tell if is that sending any audio out? I don't know. It doesn't look like it's sending any audio. Okay, I have to go full screen on my side. I can't see, it's too small. Network access is required to use Arcade Installer. Please select your Wi-Fi network on the next screen. Well, I don't want to select a Wi-Fi network. I just wired it up. All right, well, I guess you use the controller to use the mouse. How does that work? Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man, I don't want to enter my freaking code like this. This will take forever. Here, let's get on this guy's network. Who's this? This is not going to work for me. Tell you what. I need to hook this up via an Ethernet cable because I cannot see. I can't see what I'm doing. And I don't want to enter the code that way because I have to bring up a virtual keyboard and then push it on and everybody can see it. Well, that's not very secure, is it? But I can run a network cable. I know I have network cables laying around here. I just have to plug it in. So, yes, I could plug in a USB keyboard and mouse. Absolutely, I could. I'm trying to do this the way I think most of you might do it at home, right? And the idea would be that you don't need a keyboard and mouse for that you would use the controller as the documentation specifies. And so let me just plug this cable in and let's just do it that way. I know there's other ways. Is it going to reach? I think we're going to reach. Ah! All right. Now we're cooking with gas. Let's go back to that input and let's go full screen so I can see it. It's full screen for you, but not for me. And then let's cancel this. Maybe I have to restart it again. I don't know. Yeah, now it looks like it's happy. Okay, needs 4 gigs. It's got 29.5 gigs available. And I guess, I don't know, I've never done this before, but it looks like install. Warning, this will install the selected operating system. All existing data on the drive will be overwritten, including any OSs that are already installed. Okay or okay? Okay. Ooh, hello, my old friend. How have you been? Raster graphics. If you've not played a game with raster graphics, you have not lived. You are not a gamer. Okay, well, this is like watching grass grow. So I think what I'm going to do is, ooh, wait, breakout. I think what I'm going to do is just put this in a corner. Or should I put me in a corner? I don't know. It's decisions. If I move this up here, and then I drag this over there, I could put it right. How about right under here? Look at me being a video production guy, technician, and hobbyist enthusiast with a Raspberry Pi Atari. Whew, that's a mouthful. You hiring? So, how are you? How are the kids? Everything good? No, keep talking. I'm listening. No. What are you going to do? Now, the internet connection I have here is very slow. So this probably would download faster, I imagine, on a better connection, but it is what it is, and we'll deal with it. Does anybody have any questions for me? Well, we are waiting for this to finish. Why didn't they ship it put all together? It's intended to be a fun project. It's intended, I'm sure you can probably buy one pre-assembled, but where's the fun in that, you know? And then there's probably some licensing issues with them distributing the game. So by having you download it, it's sort of like, I'm guessing that's usually the way that works. Like MAME, you know, you can download MAME, but to get the games, that's a whole different sort of sketchy area. And I'm guessing there's something similar here, but I don't know. But quite often you can buy things like this pre-assembled for an added cost, but the fun of it is in putting it together. When I was growing up, when the PCs were still, you know, 8-bit computers, back before the personal computer from IBM, there was a computer called Sinclair, which later became the Timex Sinclair, and it was advertised in hobbyist electronics magazines for $99.95 if you want to put it together yourself, or $149.95 already assembled. And the thing was only like yay big, and it had a flat little keyboard, not too different from what's on your phone. A little bigger, you know, the keyboard part of it was probably about that big. But full, you know, QWERTY keyboard, very small keys, very close together, all membrane. And it was the Sinclair, the ZX81, I think it was called. I mean, really reaching down into the depths of my memory here. And it was crap as far as I was concerned, because I had an Atari 400, which was way better than Timex Sinclair or the TI-99A, which later came out, like the Radio Shack color computer, or Coco as it was called. Those were all toys to me, like child's toys, Tonka toys. I wanted something more powerful with better graphics and better sound, because I was a very demanding gamer in my teenage years. If it didn't look and feel and sound like the real arcade game, then it was a joke. So most of the Atari 2600 games were a joke. They just didn't compare to what was in the arcade in video and audio quality. But you could play the Atari all day for free, and the arcade was like 25 cents a play. You'd get 20 quarters for $5, and it could go through 20 turns of a video game in about 2 to 3 hours, maybe 2 hours. So to be able to stay at home and play these games at a lesser quality was just more affordable. Money was tight. Money is tight. Yeah. High five. That's not what I mean. No. So anyway, with the Atari computer, the Atari 400 computer, then the games looked and sounded like the actual arcade games far more than any other platform. Certainly not Apple. That was never a gaming platform. It was all, you know, black and white screen, or green and white, or orange and white, depending on what you had. So games that were just one color, like Ultima, were pretty popular, but I wanted full color graphics, and I wanted more than 4 different tones of bleeps and blips coming through a PC speaker. And the Atari sound was far superior. They had something called player missile graphics, which was smooth movement on the screen where you didn't see your character flickering or redrawing, or that was a big deal. We weren't looking at frames per second back then. We were just looking for smooth gameplay. And the Atari checked all those boxes long before anybody else even could compete. The Commodore 64 was close, but I was never a Commodore guy, just like I'm not an Apple guy. But they're probably interchangeable as far as quality and video and audio on the Commodore 64 and the Atari 400, 800. It's sort of a Ford Chevy argument, an AMD Intel argument. People get to be sort of zealots for whatever platform they prefer, and then everybody else is an idiot and must die because you think differently than me. Do you agree with me? I do. Oh, then I like you. No, Ed, I don't agree with you. Oh, then I must kill you. Then the only people left living are the ones who agree with me. That means I'm right. Ching. I love people. I missed a couple of contributions. Let me look in the, see what I've missed here.
Frank Jimmy says, Carey Vision is my #1 favorite TV show. I love your videos. Keep up the great work. By the way, Information Society is my jam. Oh, that's moderator status immediately. Immediately moderator. That is a friend in blue. I recognize you immediately from the things you say. You speak my language. Information Society. What is on your mind, Frank? I want to know what you're feeling. Tell me what's on your mind. AC's Drafting contributes $20. Hey, thank you. That's AA Ron. Thanks, AA Ron. Oh, and another $10 from AA Ron. And another $5 from AA Ron. You done messed up now. I have a little story I'll tell you and I'll share with you with AC's Drafting. But not today. Another story for another day. I got to ration them out. You know, there's only so many stories. I can't just spill it all out and then I'll come on video and have nothing to say. That did not sound right. Phrasing. Always remember phrasing. Amiga was the deal back then. Oh, I couldn't stand Amiga. No, it was all Commodore. Blah. Atari had the Atari ST, which was the competition to the Amiga, and even that I couldn't be bothered with. Can you play these games on a modern PC? I imagine you could with an emulator, but that's not the point of this project. The point of this project is to build this little box that kind of looks like an Atari. If it were, you know, 1/20th its original size, it had only cost $100 and it included all the $60 games. The games were like 40 to 60 bucks even in the 1980s. That price hasn't really changed in all the years, but clearly $40 to $60 in the 80s, or 50 bucks. I want to say 50 bucks was the average price, but 50 bucks back then is probably like 90 bucks today, or 80, somewhere in there. Are we going to do Prime 95? Yeah, let's do some heat testing on this and overclock it, put some RGB on there, and maybe some hardline liquid cooling along with lapping the processor, and I don't know, maybe smashing it with a sledgehammer. Just checked, Michael Dane says he just checked eBay and there's an unopened Qbert game for the 2600 going for $2,000. Yeah, that's money well spent. You can build a home server. Sure, you know what else you can do? Not build a home server. That's what I prefer. When I'm doing server-related projects outside of a business, I like to do the not server ones when I'm not getting paid. Having a home server is like, it's like saying, you know, you could have a 36-inch professional cooktop in your kitchen. Well, if you work as a cook and you want to come home to another griddle that you just stared at for 8 hours every day for the last 5 or 6 days because you're a short order cook at Denny's, I really don't think you're going to be in much mood to cook on a professional cooktop at home. I think you probably don't want to cook at all. Maybe you will at first, but I think it's gonna, pardon the expression, I think you're gonna burn out. Hey, what do I know? And Patrick says, don't forget to put a Go Faster sticker on it. Hey, I should totally do that. That's a great idea. What do you think? Afraid to move it, I might disconnect it. Where's my video at? I could put this sticker on there. No. No. I don't even want my name on that. It's a toy.
Aaron Werner contributes $4.99. Says, I love the videos, Carey. You're doing a great job. I'm glad to be a part of this amazing community. Well, thank you, Aaron. Thank you for being a part of it. We got another Aaron contributing. Oh, no, you didn't, Aaron. You done messed up this time. Mama Goody, as my first gaming system was a Magnavox Odyssey 2. I was grateful, but I cried on the inside. Super Moolah says, I spent many a coin on Zaxxon. For me, I played Zaxxon a few times in Xevious, but for me it was Galaga. It was always Galaga or Gyrus, Spy Hunter, Pole Position, Joust. Oh, love me some Joust. Is this thing done yet? Are we there yet? How about now? Any questions, guys? Any technical questions? Anything I can answer? I'm going to step off camera to get another cold Gatorade and put this one back in the refrigerator. I don't like my drinks to be warm because I live in a desert. You know, where the fish are. Oh, wait, not. Farrell Sparky with $2 says, lightning bolt in corner is your low power indicator. Well, I mean, I don't know. It seems like it's got enough power, isn't it? It's working. Not sure why that's important. If it's working, it's working. What am I missing? Arnold wants to know if I got a chance to view his video. I sent you a link in email, and I bought most of the parts using your Amazon link. Somebody sent me a video, but they didn't show themselves on camera, and they don't really explain why they bought the parts they bought. So the video seemed very incomplete, and so I looked at it. I think I scanned through it. And I think you can appreciate how difficult it is to make these videos now that you've done it, because if it's the one I think it was just too zoomed in, and it was really hard to tell what was really going on, and to not be able to put a face to the voice or to understand why it was being built or why the parts were selected. You know, it was difficult to kind of just sit there and watch a close-up of these parts and not be able to identify with the person speaking, if that's the one that I'm thinking of, if that was you. Looks like it might have finished here. Let's see. It says 100%. Language is English. Keyboard. I don't know what that says. It's too far away. What is that? Great Britain, maybe? I just don't know. Oh yeah, it's okay. So it says installed successfully. Good. Why did it do that? Is it rebooting? I think it's rebooting. Well, we got 4 Raspberry Pis out of 5. That's pretty good review. Under voltage detected. Uh-oh. Are they going to call it under voltage police? Oh, I guess I'll be okay. Hey, it's pretty good boot up time. 30 games. I want more than 30 games. I thought there was like 100 games. What's up with that? Oh, I see. Atari 2600 has 91 games. Atari 5200, that's got 12 games. Atari 7800, here we go, 10 games. ColecoVision, 40 games. Retro Pi, config, favorites, last played. Okay, what's in the arcade? What's the deal with this thing? Launch screensaver, menu, start is the menu. I gotta hit select, that's just stupid. Oh, I see. It's like watching your grandpa play with a computer. Ooh. Star Raiders, yeah. Come on, I didn't want to do that. I don't know what's going on. Launching Atari 5200. Okay. Wow, the load times are about right. Yeah! Hello. 1982, I was 14 years old. That's what I'm talking about. All right, how do I go back? Where's the back button? Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? That one? Nope. That one. That one? No, let's start. How do I go back? No. All right, just a minute. I'm going to play this. Okay, well, that was fun. I suck. Come on now. There should be a way to cancel out of this stupid... Is it this button? Is it this one? This isn't working for me. Oh, I did something. All right. No. What? Look at here. Zaxxon. Come on. Star Raider. What am I doing? Oh, I guess left and right is swinging me around. Tempest. Okay. B is back, but nothing's labeled A, B, or C, so I don't know what the A, B, C, D. I don't know where it is. I don't use controllers often enough to remember where the X and Y are. I know they're on the keypad somewhere. A is launch. Wasn't that? I thought I hit launch. Wasn't that A? No, it's adding it to favorites when I hit A. Come on now. Not cool. Why is it jumping around? It's all crap. More crap. I don't want that. All right. Why is it doing this? I'm not touching anything. Yar's revenge. I don't want that. This doesn't make any sense. Why is it moving like this? I'm not touching it. This is terrible. Why? I didn't do anything. Why? Oh, let's go back to my favorites. That's the arcade version of Tempest and the Atari 2600 version of Tempest. All I did is move up or down. I don't know why it just did that. Not cool. System, choose A, B. Where is A? Nothing says, oh, it's a trigger? No. No, it's not doing it, man. No, that's not doing it either. That's clearly X, so this has got to be A. Ooh, choplifter. Squirrel. Why does it's jumping up and down the list? What's happening? What's happening right now? Which button is A? Okay, that's not working. Is it the right button? Right? Okay, so it's, I guess A is the O. A is O on this controller. Because, you know, that's a thing, I guess. I don't understand. Is the audio all echoey? Because I can hear the monitor in front of me playing the audio, and my microphone will be picking it up. ColecoVision. Choplifter, I first saw Choplifter on my neighbor's Apple II computer, but it eventually was cross-platform and even became an arcade game, I think, after the fact. To select game options. Oh, here we go with all these freaking stupid, just play this. What's the problem here? Why am I not moving? I gotta go that way? Wait a minute, I thought I had to go this way. Nope, I gotta go that way. Oops. Whoopsie. That's gonna leave a mark tomorrow. So I guess I gotta fly backwards. I can't flip the other way. What's the deal there? Come on now. Oh, I'm supposed to rescue these guys. Oh, gotta go. Let's take them home. Everybody out. That'll be $12.95. Would you like a glass of water? Would you like a... Thank you for using Chopper Uber. Oh yeah, that guy's gonna just lag behind. You can just stay there then, you stupid. You stupid. You don't see a helicopter land? You're just gonna wait for it to come pick you up? Come on now. You go to the helicopter or you die. Get to the chopper! Why am I flying backwards? How do you turn around? Shouldn't it, when I go that way, shouldn't it face the other direction? We don't have that technology in 1982. Oh, maybe it is facing that direction. It just looks weird to me. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. This is weird. Feral Sparky contributes $5. Carey, for some reason they're using the Super Nintendo button layout. A is also O, B is X, X is triangle, Y is square. There's going to be a test on this. Remember that, okay? AC's Drafting with a $50 contribution. Wow, look at all this money from AC's Drafting. He says, for the wonderful chat, you guys crack me up. And another $20 from AC Drafting. He says, I'm apologizing for bombing your phone in. No, I'm not. I got nothing bad to say about you, AC. No. When I got a good story. You're a good guy, and I appreciate all your help. I can't see the screen though, so I have to go back to full screen projector. Oh yeah. Playing it on a 55-inch flat screen just like we did in 1982. Ah, does that bring back some never happened memories? Oh, I can use a little joystick thing. No, he's definitely flying backwards. Why does he not turn around? What's the deal there? Oh, you killed my dude? Not cool. All right, let's go back. How do I go back? I want to get out. Go. Get. Come on. Get me back. No. Come on now. Does it just both triggers at the same time? I guess that's what gets me out of it. So Zaxxon is Coleco, so that's gonna suck. This trigger is really sensitive. Again, it's just moving on its own here. I'm not doing anything. So Tempest, this is the arcade version of Tempest. What button did I press to do that? Was it O? Yeah, I guess it's O. Now this should be similar to the actual arcade game since we're not replicating an Atari 2600, which of course is, very minimal power compared to what machines had in the arcade. Here we go. All right, now select, I guess, is start. 1 coin, 2 coins. Press start. I thought I did press start. That's not start. Is that start? No. Is that start? Is that one start? None of these but oh. Yeah, there's a button that says start. All right, level 1, because that's been a long time. How do I shoot? It's not shooting. What am I? Hey, come on now. No. Well, hold on. There should be a fire button on one of these things. This is really getting me annoyed. So on the arcade game, you had a little spindle that you would grab and like a big volume knob. You'd turn it and then you had a fire button. So using a joystick is really strange. Shortest game of Tempest ever played. Guinness Book World Records there. Okay, how do I shoot? Oh, apparently both triggers take me back. This is great. I'm really... Oh, Lunar Lander was one of my favorites. Oh, and it's the arcade version. Now I need elevator action. That's what I need. Anticipation. You had nothing but time in the 80s, man. Nothing but time. All right, here we go. Insert coins. Select to insert the coin. Push start. So you have to figure out where you want to land. Again, I don't know. Oh, there it is. No, I don't want to go that way. I want to go that way. You stupid thing. What? Okay, that's not supposed to do that. Whoa. Why is it shooting fuel out? Why am I expending fuel? Why is it doing that? See, just like this is how Elon Musk designed SpaceX rockets to land upright. Trying to figure out why it's doing that. I'll go this way. Okay, good. No, straight. Stop it. Why is it still fueling? Gosh darn it. I really don't like this. This controller sucks. Sucks so bad. Yay, Crystal Castles. I don't know what that is. Centipede. Canyon Bomber. Basketball, Avalanche, soccer, football, Astro. I don't even want to play virtual sports. Night Driver. That's complicated, huh? Real sports. That's what tennis looks like, because that's real sports, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, volleyball. Let's see what the girls look like. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at the pixels on that one. Woo! Oh, those are dudes. What else? Space War. Space Combat. Okay, you're the pink triangle and I'm the blue triangle, and the blank space between us is space. It's not outer space. It's just quite literally space. Because, you know, bullets ricochet in space. Everybody knows that. It's just like real life. Gosh, stop it. There it goes again. Why? Atari 7800 didn't have much of a life. You can see that as we go higher up in the Atari numbers that the graphics and sound get better. So many ColecoVision games and they all sucked. What else? Retro Pi. Okay, great. 3D tic-tac-toe. It's like Spock chess. 3D chess. Breakout. Casino. Wow, just like being in a real casino. I lost. All right, now look here. So this is the arcade version. This is what you would play in the arcade. This is what it would look and sound like. And then this is what you would play at home.
And then they got a little better, and it looked like this. Pretty good. And then they got a little better, and it looked like this. A little closer to the arcade. Still not quite, but pretty darn close. Kids today can't appreciate this evolution, whatever that is. But the evolution of the games and the technology, 8-bit to 16-bit even, maybe. Oh, Frog Pond. That's a popular game nobody's ever heard of. Golf. That's not even fun to play virtually. Not sure what's going on there, but I'm not digging it. Gravatar. Gustbuster. Oh, Hangman. That's an exciting game. Let's see how Hangman plays. No. Stupid. This is not. This is just stupid. Take me back to the thingy. Back to the thing. Do the thing with the thing. Hangman. Maybe it's the low power problem. All right. Let's play Hangman. Kids are like, well, what's that? All right. You have to pick a letter. Where's my letter selection? Nothing's changing the letter. Oh, do I have to start the game? Okay. Let's do. Come on, I'm not selected anything yet. How about E? Nope. G. N. Come on, where's N? N? Not even an N? Is there an, gotta be an E in there or something? An E or an I? How about a D? Not even a D? Wow, I suck at all games. How about an A? Is that an A? Is there a U? Hey, we got a U. Is there a C? Is there a K? Is there an R? Is there a K? Is there, what would be after? Is there an I? Is there F? Is there, oh, my guy's almost hung. Oh, I died with a tail. Just. My word was just. Computer 1, Carey 0. Okay, let me pick the word. I'm going to pick the word abbreviated because it's a really long word. Okay. Well, I'm sure you could just, this is very riveting for you to watch. Oh, there's Human Cannonball. Cannon Man. Woohoo! You missed the basket. Oh, there he goes. Oh, caught him. All right. Indy 500. Wow, that looks exactly like the Indy 500. The one race car and everything. Oh, Jumpman. All right. No Galaga. I think there's a way to add more games. I think. Scraper, sound settings, game collection settings. Automatic game collections, 3 selected. Custom games. Game collection. Oh, I guess I'm going the wrong way, huh? Hit the start button, and then we'll go to game collections and hit the start button. No, it takes me back. Game collections, and then what is it? X? No, that takes me back. Game collections, and then O. Okay, O. Automatic O. Okay, doesn't really do much for me there. Custom game collections, O. Set collections, select all. Create a new custom collection. I don't know. New custom collection from theme. Oh, hello.
Oh. Is Sonic on here? Editing the Genesis collection. Add and remove games with Y. I don't know which key is Y. No entries found. Well, apparently that's a thing. You can do the thing if you want to do that thing to find other things. It's more games than I guess I got to do a little research, figure it out. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Nothing's working. Okay. All right, guys. That was fun. Well, there it is. It's just a fun little $100 thing. I mean, when you think about the amount of money as kids we put in the arcade, at $5, I usually had $5 when I'd go, and all $5 would go for quarters or tokens. Typically, one token was the same as one quarter, 25 cents. So I'd have 20 of those, and I'd probably go to the arcade with $5, 3 times a week, maybe 2-3 times a week. I'd have $5 I could spend at the arcade. So it wouldn't take long, to get to $100, and then you don't have to pay anymore, right? It's all paid for. You can enjoy it as many times as you want. You can never win any of these games. It's the same level. They're just more of them. They move faster, and it just gets harder and faster until you die, just like life. JC says, you're a true gamer when you blame the controller. Laugh out loud. Just kidding, Carey. Seriously, that controller sucks. It just sucks. Robert Radigan says, that makes me feel very old. Well, I'll take your word for it, but I'm not going to feel you. You feel me? Do you guys have any questions for me, or we're going to wrap it up for today? I guess to turn this off, I just unplug it from the computer. Blink. You can provide your own power off sound effect. I'm sure there's probably some videos that show you how you can add more games to this manually. That's probably questionable on the licensing side, but nobody's going to come get you. But that's just it. It's just as advertised. It's working exactly as I would expect it to, which is, it's not hard to emulate crap, but that's what we had back in the day, and we were proud to have it. Well, we weren't proud to have it, but it was something our parents didn't have. They didn't have video games, and certainly they gave us a hard time that we were wasting our time. And that's a little warm under there. Surprised. That little thing was working hard. Anybody have any questions? We'll wrap it up. Otherwise, it's 8:45 in the evening here in Phoenix, Arizona on February 21st, 2021. Alvin Shaver contributed $2. Hey, Alvin, thank you for that. And Farrell Sparky, that one I read already. Yeah. Do you think it's worth $99? It's hard to say. The controller is probably worth $8. This little USB adapter is probably worth $5. It's $13. The case is probably worth $25 or $30. The Raspberry Pi is worth $25 or $30. The micro SD card is probably worth $8. Where are we at? And then you get the packaging, the instructions. Yeah, but they're not making, I'll put it this way. At $100, they're not making $100 profit. You know what I'm saying? So when you subtract out the cost of materials and the convenience of packaging everything together, sort of like when you shop for frozen food and they have like one of those Hungry Man dinners. Does anybody eat that anymore? Convenience food costs more money, right? So you got this one thing in the foil tray. It's got your chicken, your mashed potatoes, and your corn. And you slap that bad boy in the oven or whatever, and your meal's done. And you pay more for that than if you just bought the equivalent of mashed potatoes, corn, and chicken separately. So because everything's packaged together in one box, it's going to be a little added convenience fee. That's typical. Yeah, for $99, it's not a ripoff. I think some people will find more enjoyment out of it than others. And of course, you can repurpose it by simply reformatting the micro SD card and putting an operating system on it and turn it into any other project box. The case that it's in, who cares that it says Atari? It doesn't have to be. It can be whatever you want it. You can keep it in that box that says Atari and use it for any other Raspberry Pi project. So, Fly Guy 23 says, if a few of us buy these, are you going to put them together for us? Yes, for $1,000 each, I will put them together for you. William Lynn wants to know, do you think any 21st century games would be better than Atari games? I don't know what that means. Atari still makes games. Clean My Kick says, it is officially licensed by Atari. I don't care. Because it's more than Atari on there. Maybe they're all officially licensed. I don't know. That's more of a business problem than a consumer problem. Mama Goonie says, I bought it, so we will see if I can get it together. Well, you've seen me do it wrong, so now you should be super easy for you. Barely an inconvenience. John Doe says, I would buy that one. It has broken. Oh, you wouldn't buy this one. It's got broken parts. Yeah, well, I heard the same about you. Eric's asking some questions about some Windows 10 updaters. Typically, when stuff like that happens, Eric, it's time for a clean install of Windows 10. And if you clean install it, you'll probably be fine. I realize it doesn't really solve your problem, but those kind of problems can take hours and hours and hours and hours to figure out. And reinstall is often much faster and probably beneficial because there's probably something else also wrong that you just haven't found out yet. But it'll be waiting for you. You'll solve one problem, it'll lead you to the next one. In most cases, in my experience, that's how it works. It's not a clear, easy fix from the information you've provided. Mama Goonie says, with collectively 0 years of computer, well, I guess that's supposed to be a 20 years of computer and furniture assembly, I just might be able to get it going. Yeah, you know what? I think anybody can put these together. I just overthought it. Would you play modern games or old-fashioned games? That's what William Lynn wants to know. Depends on my mood.
I'm not so close-minded as to not play a specific year or generation of games. I sometimes still like to play the old school original arcade of Galaga. No modern game competes with that in the level of gameplay and challenge it presents and its simplicity and beauty of how it works. On the other hand, you know, I really enjoyed playing Halo many years ago, and I enjoyed playing all the Gears of War series. Lately, I just don't have time. So whatever games people are playing, you know, silliness like Among Us or Minecraft, I could care less. Never got involved in World of Warcraft, and you know, Eve looks pretty good. I'd probably like that. And you know, Chris Roberts is sooner or later going to come out with a game that's been in development for like 20 years called what's it called? Anyway, it looks incredible, and people are playing it. I don't know what the status of it is. And that's the kind of game, you know, like PC games. I was playing Wing Commander and stuff like that. I like the first-person shooter games if I'm working on a team with people. The Call of Duty games, Battlefield games, I played those. I enjoyed those. They're okay. I got Destiny but never played it. I got Grand Theft Auto. I just didn't get into it. It just seemed stupid. And then I got, what's another one? Star Wars Battlefront, but it looked great, but I just didn't, you'd think I'd like that. I just didn't care for it. It looked fantastic though. How would this work with the new Microsoft Flight Simulator? I should give that a try. Let me know how that goes. Will Intel come back as the CPU leader? Yes. And then AMD will come back and beat them. And then Intel will come back and beat. Are you new here? Are you new to technology? Nobody remains the leader indefinitely. It's always a shifting, moving position. And for a while, Intel will lead, and for a while, AMD will lead, and for a while, Intel will lead, and they will switch back and forth. And this creates competition and drive. It lowers the prices. It's good for you and me. Steve H. tells me the Chris Roberts game I'm thinking of is called Star Citizen. Yes, it is. Thank you, Steve. Mass Effect. I didn't play Mass Effect. I think I bought it and I tried it and I didn't like it. And there was another one it reminded me of. Half-Life and Mass Effect seemed like the same. There was something similar about them. Didn't really care for them at all. Not so much. I really enjoyed Mercenaries 2 because it was kind of an open, what do you call that? Where you could sort of just, there were no boundaries. Everything was interactive. I forget what you call that. That was kind of cool. Because it was new. It was a different feature that was unique to the game. There's a word I'm trying to think of where it's where everything is, you can use things in your environment. Somebody in the chat will tell me. Some people I know really got into this old game called Myst, M-Y-S-T, but it was one that never really interested me. But I you know, in my heavy PC game playing days, you know, if we put this in perspective, for the timeline where I had the time to play, Duke Nukem, Unreal Tournament, Unreal Tournament 2, Doom, Doom 2, Doom 3. I mean, I put hours and hours and hours into these games. I was expert. Unreal Tournament, I want to say it was Unreal Tournament 2. Oh yeah, you want me on your team. If I was on your team, we were going to win. I almost guarantee it. It depends on the level. If it was the November level, I can pretty much guarantee if I'm playing on the November level, I'm winning. Regardless of what the rest of my teammates do, our team is going to win. But other levels, maybe not so much. But I had a strategy in November. And then Duke Nukem was why I learned to set up a network. I did it with 10 base 2 cable, 10 base 2, 10 base T. And I set up 3 computers in my house in 3 separate rooms, ran the cables across the floor through the hallway. because you didn't need a hub or a switch or a router or anything like that, because that just didn't exist. So I just ran one cable to another computer, and out of that computer into the next computer, and then on the two end computers. In other words, there's three, so you got one on each end. The cable runs from this one to this one, and this one to this one. So this one's got a cable going in and going out, but these only have cables going out. So you have to put something called a terminator on the other side. It's like a T connector, 10 base T. It is a T connector, and that terminates the other end, and then that says that's the end of the wire. So that was an interesting experience in setting up what was basically a protocol we don't use anymore. We would turn on TCP/IP, but we'd also turn on, what was that called? IPX or, oh, somebody help me in the chat room, man. I can't remember. NetBIOS over some protocol I haven't seen in years. Somebody's going to help me out with the words, because, you know, I've slept since then. William Lynn wants to know if he can install that SD card on a Raspberry Pi 4 or a PC. I don't know. I really don't know much about the limitations or capabilities of the different Raspberry Pi models individually or combined. I sort of have a general idea of what their purpose is. They are hobbyist boxes. I imagine anything a Raspberry Pi can do, a PC could do easily with the right emulator. So I would imagine the answer is yes, but I can't tell you for sure, because I'm just not an expert in that. Ron wants to know how long the last Windows update took me to complete. I don't know. I mean, I have fast computers with NVMe drives, so no more than 5 minutes ever for any update. That would be a long time on a computer like this with a fast internet connection. There's no way to really say what length of time an update should take when there's like 400 variables that will determine that length, from the speed of your processor, the amount of RAM you have, the speed of your internet connection, how full your hard drive is, how speed your hard drive is, what chipset you've got, what your throughput speeds are, blah, 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 blah. You cannot simply look at what somebody else's computer does and think yours should do the same, unless yours is spec'd out the same and has essentially the same configuration and same free space. That's unreasonable. It's an unreasonable question to compare what somebody else's computer can do when I know nothing about yours. So I don't know what to tell you. NetBUI, that's what it is. Jason's got it. NetBUI. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah. Yeah. NetBUI. I was never going to come up with that. That would have been like me waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning going, it's NetBUI. Go live, quick. Hair's all messed up. I'm all tousled. NetBUI. Yep. Good days. Good old days. When a scammer had to look you in the eyes in person. Those were the days. When you'd read the newspaper for all about yesterday's news. Those were the days. When there wasn't a 24-hour news cycle around the world. Those were the days. Less stress, less information, more alone time. If you wanted to go somewhere, there was no Uber, I couldn't afford a taxi, you rode a bicycle, or you walked, or you could take the bus. The bus cost money. The other two options were free. When you went outside, you weren't connected to anything. We didn't have pagers or cell phones. We had time to ourselves, time to think, time to look around our environment and to think about, oh, look at that house, look at that tree, look at that squirrel. Yeah. Patience. You had to have patience. You didn't just go online and find whatever you wanted, click a button, have it delivered to your door. No. No, you'd have to take a trip to the store and see if it was in stock, and hopefully you had enough money to pay for it. And on the way to the store, I suppose you could listen to the radio if you're driving in a car, but if otherwise you're riding a bike or you're walking, you have a lot of time to yourself, a lot of time to contemplate. And because we didn't have a lot of things, you sort of learned to MacGyver stuff. You learned to sort of take what you had in your environment and use it
people are amazed at this lazy Susan thing. Oh, Carey, that's a really smart idea. Didn't think anything of it. Like, I'm just like, I need something to rotate this computer. What do I have? I don't have a lazy Susan, but I could use one. I go on Amazon, I order it, it shows up, it's done, right? And the computer that was too big to fit on the lazy Susan, I got one of those furniture dollies, or I think that's what it's called, piano dolly, something like that. People are like, wow, it's a really neat idea. I'm like, really? It's not just plain obvious? That's what you would do? But that's the 1980s thinking. We had to make things we had work and use our mind to imagine, be creative, in order to get what we wanted now by utilizing what we had. And I think that's a valuable life skill. I really do. And don't get me wrong, would I want to live today where you could just order stuff and have it come? Of course I would. Who wouldn't want that? But you're missing out on an important skill, potentially, when something tragic or a catastrophe happens, and that is convenience is not available to you, and it's back to basic life skills, and you don't have any because you grew up with all this stuff being done for you. Hey, if that never happens, you're fine. A lot of people in Texas hadn't seen a storm like that in 40 years. People haven't been in Texas 40 years. Maybe they moved there 20 years ago. They're not prepared for what happened. And not even the companies being run were obviously prepared. And as a result, people are suffering. And it's unfortunate because, when I was growing up, there was a TV show called Grizzly Adams, and the guy just lived in the woods in a cabin with no electricity, no power, no water, and that was his life, and that's the way he chose to live. These days, yeah, living off the grid, they'd call it. They'd say you're crazy. Okay. Somewhere there should be some balance between the two, maybe. I certainly would not mind having a wooden log cabin in the fjords of Norway, where it's quite common, as I understand it, and I'm sure I have Norwegian viewers who can correct me, that you have a vacation home, not uncommon to have a vacation home, that's simply a structure with no infrastructure, no electricity, no water. And you go there to vacation. That's where you want to be, away from the noise, away from the cell phone signals. I guess maybe they don't have cell phones. I don't know. Maybe they do. And you go to the river and you fish and you catch your fish and you create a fire and you scale the fish and you get the fish and then you eat the fish and it's the best fish you've ever had in your life, and you're not interrupted with constant chirping and beeping, constantly, just annoyingly always bing, ding, constant with your phone, constant interruptions. It would be interesting to watch a 25-year-old live a week without electricity and without a cellular phone or a computer. No battery-operated laptops or cell phones. I'm saying just go back 30 years and live life, the way we lived it. We had electricity. But I'm just saying, I think that'd be a very interesting version of Survivor, to just take these kids, these young adults, and put them in a survival atmosphere, see if they can build their own fort or structure, see if they can find food, see if they can catch a fish without a fishing rod, reel, or bait, that they can make something from their environment. Doesn't have to be fancy. I mean, the professor from Gilligan's Island could make an AM/FM radio from 2 coconut halves, but he couldn't fix a hole in a boat. I'm just saying, at least there's something. I think that would be just great entertainment to watch young adults completely unprepared on their own on an island, stranded without anybody to help them, so that they were forced with no choice to survive, and to see who would fight to survive and who would quit. Just raise the white flag after day 2. I'm hungry, I want out of here. I think we'd have the shortest version of Survivor ever. They'd all just say, yeah. All 16 people would be like, we're done. We all agree we don't like this game. Jan Robert Nergard says, yes, a cabin with no electricity and water is normal.
See, I wasn't making that up. I'm laughing because it sounds like heaven to escape the constant electronic nagging. It never stops. Nag, 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 nag. Kids love it. They love to get nagged by their, hey, if your parents are nagging, you know, like that. But if your phone is nagging you, that's great. You're popular and people like you virtually. Kids could go back to throwing apples at cars. I've got no comment on that. Jan Roberts says, not all of us have cabins in a fjord. I didn't mean to imply that that's the, there's like a Norwegian law that says you can only have a cabin on a fjord. No, I didn't mean that. I just meant it was common. He says, some people have cabins in the mountains, which we have to dig it out in the winter. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. It's real life. It's real life. You don't call like Uber snow removal. You get a shovel and you do it yourself. Or you just stay snowed in and unable to get in or get out. That's fine. It's your choice. You need food, you go out and get it. Nobody's bringing it to you. You got any delivery services to your cabin? You got like a pizza you can order for delivery? Grubhub gonna come over there with Postmates? You gonna eat? Get off your butt and go get something. Meaning, I'm sure there's a grocery store somewhere. Or live off the land the way mankind has since mankind existed. Right up until about the last 100, 150 years, I'd say, everybody traded for stuff. You know, I'm a farmer, I got extra corn, you're a blacksmith, and I need some shoe horses. Maybe I can trade you some corn for some shoe horses. And before alarm clocks, Americans slept a lot longer. We didn't wake up and spend so much time awake in the 1800s, early 1900s. No, people slept a lot more. But yeah, life. You always hear about older people talking how they look back fondly in the years wherever it was that they grew up, 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, and even the 1990s. And I think what we look back fondly at was things were slower, less complicated. There wasn't so much information being bombarded at us at all times, but it's just worse now. It's just constant bombardment. You get in your car and you drive, and how many billboards and advertisements do you see, and how many advertisements on the radio? I hear more advertisements than songs. It's going to be like the commercial box. Turn the commercial box on. I want to hear some commercials. And then between the billboards and the advertising, even in New York, they put advertising on the sidewalk. They put advertising on the side. If you look down, there's advertising. If you look up, there's advertising. You look at your phone, there's advertising. You go on Facebook, there's advertising. There's advertising, advertising. Everywhere, constantly, all the time, nonstop with no recess. There's no law that says you can't do any advertising on Sunday, something. So the only way that you can escape it is to go somewhere where that doesn't exist, such as the woods, the forest, the fjords, the mountains. And then you hear silence, and you hear nature, and you hear the wind blowing through the leaves of the tree, and you hear the birds, and you see the beauty of it all. And it's all very simple. It's right back to basics, and there's a real beauty to that. When you've surrounded yourself with the chirps and the beeps of technology 24/7, 7 days a week, year after year after year after year after year. If you're a younger person, I promise you, it gets old after a while, and you just need a break. It will wear you out. It is just stressful. It's anxiety. And, when you get back to nature, when you get back to basic living, so much more. You can think about your breathing. How much time do you spend thinking about that? It's kind of important. To breathe, you take it for granted every single day. Without air, you're dead. So there's no appreciation in general from human beings about the ability to breathe.
Now, you get lung cancer or you get COPD or something like that, you're going to really appreciate the ability to take a breath. So instead of waiting until you get there, maybe just take some time to do that now. Just think about how amazing it is. You go in the water too long, you're dead. You go into space, you're dead. That oxygen and nitrogen that we're breathing, mostly nitrogen, that is giving you life. Without it, you cannot live. None of us can. And how much time do you spend thinking about that? You just take it for granted. It's always going to be there. You're focused on, being obsessed with getting the latest GPU. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I think it's worth some equal consideration in your day to find some gratitude and appreciation for what you have instead of focusing on some material object that is momentarily going to bring you joy. I can assure you, being robbed of air will definitely not bring you, not most of us, any joy. It's very uncomfortable and undesirable. I'm sure you know what it's like. We've all sort of had our moments of suffocation for some reason, and it's, for most of us, it is to be avoided. And so because of that, something very simple and basic like air, which is very clean when you go out of the city, smells better, it feels better. Mentally, you're less stressed. There's less traffic, there's less noise, there's less problems with people because there's fewer people, fewer problems. It's just, and I'm not saying that that's necessarily great every day for week after week, year after year after year either. But it'd be nice to find a balance between them. Right now, I'm way off balance. I'm super technological 50 weeks out of the year, 49 weeks out of the year, and then I get my break for 3 weeks a year. And that's not balance, but it's something, because before I wasn't even doing that. But yeah, I very much see the benefit of both sides of it, but I like to be on both sides. I don't want to exclude myself to one side and ignore the other side. And I think more people need to be better balanced with that as well. But, to each his or her own with that. Can we get a close-up look of that RGB streaming PC to rundown of what's in it? Yeah, sure, Ron. I've gone through this about 3 times already in previous broadcasts, but I realize not everybody watches every one of my videos or watches the entire length of a video because they can go on for some time. But what you're looking at there is an NZXT Z63 liquid all-in-one cooler. That's an LCD screen, and I had a viewer named Selden Bell created this animated GIF for me. The RAM is G-Skill Trident Royal Z RAM. I've got a GeForce RTX 2080 Ti in there for now, and then that's the little 4-port HDMI capture card. This is an NZXT C750 modular power supply, 750 watt. Underneath the heatsink is an Intel i9 9900. Is it i9? I forgot already. The KS, what is that? It's a 9900 KS. It's 5 gigahertz on all cores, limited edition processor. On Amazon, that chip sells for, it was $629, but today it's like $1,900 because it's a limited edition chip. Same with the 8086K. It was also another limited edition chip that's worth a lot of money. I've got one of those on home too for a streaming computer. But that's pretty much all it is. It's all on a gigabyte motherboard with a Samsung 970 EVO Plus 2 terabyte drive. The gigabyte board is I think it's an Aorus Elite AC Z390, 370, 390, something like that. That's it. Nothing complicated. It's a Fantex Enthoo case, the glass panel, it's magnetized. It's pretty quiet. If you hear a fan, it's probably the little Magewell 4-port HDMI controller. That controller is $900 for its video capture card. That card was $1,200. This cooler was $260. That RAM was around, I don't know, $325, something like that. Each stick of RAM is 16 gigs, so 16, 30, is it 16? Yeah, 16. There's 64 gigs. 16, 32, 48, 64. 64 gigs. There's a cooling fan up here, 2 fans on the radiator, fan in the back. That's a Noctua fan in the back. I should change the front fan out to a Noctua fan. I guess I didn't do that. I just realized that. Pretty simple build, honestly. It's pretty simple. Not a whole lot to it. Jeremy says he loves the spinning box in your computer. Yeah, that's the image created by Selden Bell. If you see Selden in the chat room, that's his quality work right there. Ghost Rider says, I plan a trip weekly where I can get to put a CD in the radio of the truck and leave my cell phone at home, pick a direction, and go for about 2 hours before turning around and heading home. I would keep the cell phone with me just in case something happened, you know, flat tire or breakdown. But yeah, you could certainly turn it off or put it in Do Not Disturb mode. This build, you can watch me build this computer. It's if you just search my YouTube channel for my birthday build. This was my birthday present to myself. This is a $4,300 computer, or at least it was when I was building it. It's probably worth a little more than that now. But that card, like I said, that card's $900 and that video card was $1,200, so that's $2,100 right there. And the chip was $629 plus tax. The RAM was like $350. The cooler was like $265, $270. The power supply is $135. The case was like $120 something. I can't remember. It wasn't that expensive. But the whole thing together is one of the most expensive builds I've done. Oh, I know, you want to see this over here, don't you? It's taped. It's never been opened. Oh, wait a minute. It's not taped. What? Why isn't it taped? That's a little tease for another video for another day. How much RAM have I ever used? I've got 32 gigs. I've never been close to using it all. Jan, basically, it depends if you're somebody who has like 45 windows open at the same time. I mean, it depends on what I'm doing. I'm trying to keep my computer, when I'm live streaming, I don't want a bunch of stuff running at the same time. Especially like if I'm trying to do a Skype interview while streaming it at the same time through OBS, it can be pretty intense on the CPU. But as for the RAM, it just depends which video editing software I'm using. It can be pretty intense on the RAM. You can also create man, I'm just not finding words today. You can create a RAM drive and use it as a scratch area that's really fast, you know, especially in video editing. And you can never have too much to do that. Anytime you're doing any sort of video editing, you can never have enough RAM and you can never have enough processing power for the most part for most editing software. Well, having not enough can cause you to have to wait longer. Having too much is really never a problem. So, you know, the idea is if I can put it in now, if I can afford it, then this is something I don't have to, it's not a bridge I'm going to have to cross later. You know, it adds to the length of time that the computer is going to be useful to me. If you build the most you can afford to build, you know, you're going to have a computer, generally speaking, that's going to last you longer than a cheaper computer, which will have to be replaced that much sooner, or some expense will have to go into upgrading it. I prefer to just sort of bite the bullet, take the sacrifice, and then,
you know, my previous computer I had for 10 years. 10 years. Was a Core i7-965. That chip was $1,000, $999.99, just the CPU. And so I was going to be damn sure I got my $1,000 worth out of it. Triple channel memory, and yeah, it's all Windows XP. And the system still works today. I don't have much use for it, but it can run Windows 10, no problem. It's still plenty of power. Core i7-965. Now, granted, I can't put an NVMe drive in it or anything like that, so transfer speeds are going to be pretty slow. But if I had to live with it, it wouldn't be that terrible. It wouldn't be a rocket ship, but it could still do a reasonably good job today. And that's, what, 15 years after I bought it? So, you know, if you're one of those people that's constantly upgrading, that's one thing. You've got more money than the rest of us. And I see people buying the cheapest thing they can get, and then they have to replace it after 2 years. And they're spending more money than I am by far. Plus, they have the inconvenience of having to replace it, shop for another one, move it, reconfigure, you know, move the data, reconfigure the computer back to the way they like it. And then they repeat that every 2 or 3 years. I spend more money, get a nicer system, and I don't have to do it for nearly a decade. And oh, I missed some contributions in the chat room. What am I missing? AC's Drafting with a $10 contribution. And another $10 from AC's Drafting says, look after yourselves, Jensen. Oh, I guess you're taking off, AA Ron. Good to see you, my friend. So I have a video coming up where I'm going to talk about what AC's Drafting does. They do, you know, AutoCAD drafting, things like that. And Aaron helped me with designing the GPU removal tool that does not exist. I keep reorganizing my work area here, and I keep getting myself screwed up for when I need to go to a different screen. I need a 2-monitor setup over here. But this is a prototype, 3D printed, and this will be used for removing GPUs. And this one, I'll do a video on it. We were worried about the material being flexible, but it's pretty flexible, so I'm not worried about it breaking. In fact, it's a little too flexible because I have to be able to hit the release mechanism on the latch on the PCI Express slot. And then this little groove has to go the other way. I've got it pointing in the wrong direction. It's got to be pointing up and not down. And then we might just change a little something here on the bottom, and then we need to make it, another maybe 2 inches longer. But this is a good first try. This is, like I say, all 3D printed. My thanks to my friend Jesse for printing this out for me and adjusting it. Jesse's also a pretty technical guy. He understands what I'm trying to accomplish, so I've encouraged him to express his creativity and any improvements that he has. And I'll do a video testing this. In fact, in order to get that 3090 in to Threadripper, I'm going to have something like this, and this doesn't exist. So this will be one of the first of several tools I want to invent, and with AC Drafting's help to get the AutoCAD part of it done, to translate my idea into a form, and then to get my friend with a 3D printer to print it for me here locally. Might be able to start offering these for sale. We'll see. Or somebody else like iFixit steals my idea and beats me to it, but that's all right. At least the world at large benefits by having a tool that doesn't exist. What is the operating system running on that box? The only operating system I use in any of my videos. Would you like to take a guess? It's Windows 10. David wants to know if the 10th gen Core i9 requires a video card. No. Well, if the chip has the letter F after it, it means it's free of a graphics card. I don't know. The F means there's no built-in graphics. Otherwise, yeah, it has built-in. Yeah. all the Intel chips, 8th gen, 9th gen, 10th gen, 11th gen, 12th gen, they're all going to have the built-in. Currently, the 10th gen still has the same HD 630 Intel graphics built in as the 9th gen. So that's not changing anytime soon. When you look to purchase a graphics chip, simply look at the specifications on the page selling that chip with the description of what the chip is. And it should detail which graphics chip it has. Like the Intel would have the HD 630. If it fails to mention that, it may be an omission that's by mistake, or the chip may not have built-in graphics. So, you know, don't just blindly go after purchasing. Verify what you're buying. Know what you're spending your money on. William Lynn says, would you learn to do board level work? Now, see, this bothers me when people make assumptions about me. I've had people say, Carey, you'd make a great teacher, as though I never was a teacher. Carey, you'd do good in the classroom, as though I was never in a classroom. Carey, would you ever learn to do board level repair? As if I didn't do board level repair. It's kind of insulting, because that's all stuff I'm past it. So your suggestion is for me to go backwards, to go back to doing things I did 25 years ago. Like, I'm past that. That's all, like, it's like asking me, would you ever rebuild a carburetor? No. Why would I? Cars today are fuel injected with electronic computer, ECUs, electronic engine control units. It doesn't make any sense to go backwards. No. So you're asking me if I want to go back and do something I used to do. There's a reason I don't do it anymore. But making an assumption I never knew how to do it, that's the part that's kind of offensive. DJ Big Red AZ contributes $19.99. He says, have a good stream. Yes, sir. Thank you. Can you still update Windows 8.1 to Windows 10 for free? Yes. Yes, you can. Same with Windows 7. AC's drafting is very generous tonight. $50 contribution. Thank you so much, AC. Yeah, Aaron's been really helpful in that design of that tool. I didn't even see it coming. He just, same with Selden Bell. When Selden sent me that animated GIF file that's on the computer there, I asked if anybody would do it, but the only person who answered that request was Selden, and he did a great job. And AC's drafting, I said I had these ideas for tools, and nobody followed up with me on it. And I didn't really expect anybody to. And then AC said, hey, what is it you're looking to do? And I made a little video for him and showed him what I was trying to do, because it's hard to explain it. I tried to emulate it, to demonstrate it so he could understand. And then he set to work doing it. And I mean, he did it in a day, not even a couple hours. And then I was like, well, now I just got to find somebody with a 3D printer. And he's trying to convince me to buy one. No, I'm not buying one. I don't need more stuff here. So there was a friend of mine that I know has a 3D printer, but I didn't want to bother him about it. And I was reminded of another friend of mine who's all up in this, and I just, for some reason, just my brain didn't even consider him. And so when that was brought to my attention, I was like, oh yeah, duh. And he was super happy to do it. In fact, he brought it over. He brought it to me. So he printed it out. I tried to give him some money. He wouldn't take any money. Aaron won't take any money. AC's drafting won't take any money. You guys are very generous. You're very kind. It may not work, but I mean, look, this time and effort. This isn't just me. This is my idea. But holding it in my hands was I'm only holding this in my hand because AC drafting drafted it. And my friend Jesse printed it and brought it to me. Not that I couldn't go get it. I have a car. It's just, I'm lazy. And he lives far away. DJ Big Red said, my producer has a 3D printer. Well, we've never discussed that before. I didn't know. But the thing about Jesse printing this is Jesse's a technical guy like me. I kind of jokingly say he's like Carey, the next generation. He's a little younger than me. Carey 2.0. He reminds me a lot of myself, but he's even more technical than I am, and he does some crazy projects just for the fun of it or the challenge of it. And he's not like me. He's not just into computers. You got a car problem, he'll fix it. You got a problem with, anything at all,
If it's mechanical or electrical, he can reverse engineer it, resolve it, and fix it, and use things lying around the house. He's very resourceful. And he's in a huge house. His house, I tell him he lives in a shopping mall. You know, I'm expecting around the corner of the next wing of the house to find a Macy's. He has the single largest house of anybody I know. But hey, I guess he's doing something right. Ooh, it's crunchy. If I squeeze the handle's hollow because it's a prototype. So if I squeeze it, you can hear it. Listen, we can have a ASMR of this tool. You hear that? Oh, that's my knuckles. All that squeaking is you, Carey. It isn't. It's cheap because it's a prototype. A wooden dowel with a vacuum. I don't know what a vacuum cap is. There's a lot of things that work for releasing graphics cards. What choice do you have? There's no tool. Everybody has to use something. I'm trying to invent a tool because one does, to the best of my knowledge, there's no such thing as a GPU removal tool, and I'm out to change that. Necessity is the mother of invention. And if nobody else is going to do it, step aside. Will the 10th gen i3 outperform a 2012 i5? I imagine in some tasks it would, and in other tasks it wouldn't. Once again, you can't be so simple-minded as to think that all tasks are equal and that one thing is universally better than the other thing, especially when they're so similar, you know? I would imagine, depending on the use of the computer, what your needs are, that you will find it to, you know, in your own personal experience, to not be a world of difference one way or the other. Now, if you want to run benchmarks and you're interested in how many nanoseconds faster the technical minutia of the cache or, you know, processes that are running in the background, and it's just not normal things that a technician is paid to deal with. Normal, ordinary, and I say normal, what I mean is common end users don't care about, they don't look at frames per second or frequency of their monitor. This is not something your 90+% of computer owners care about. That kind of stuff to me is just unimportant. If you want something that's going to make a difference, don't go to the bottom of the barrel of the latest generation. I think that's a huge mistake. If it matters to you how fast it is, don't look at an i3, period. Don't look at a Ryzen. Just don't even consider it. If you're of the personality where you care about stuff like that, you're just going to be unhappy. I'll tell you right now. And if you're a person that doesn't care about stuff like that, you'll enjoy an i3 just fine, like 90% of other people. Don't squeeze it. That's the doctor, right? Hey, doc, it hurts when I do this. Well, don't do that. Any other questions? Questions of asking what's better are just too subjective. You can ask one person, is it better? They'll say yes. You ask another person, they'll say no. Better is a difficult question to answer. Is the chicken better than the fish? Is this haircut better than that? Is this tattoo better than that tattoo? Are these shoes better than those shoes? It just depends who you ask, what your value system is based on. Dennis Day says, I live in El Mirage, just west of you. Well, I'm in Scottsdale, so, but I think you mean the other place, yeah. Do you recommend turning off hibernation mode for laptops? It depends on how you use the laptop. Some people it's critical to have it, and other people don't need it at all. So it's up to you to decide. Again, it's a personal use scenario. It's sort of like saying, do you recommend I eat my fries before I start on the steak, or should I start on the steak and then have some fries? You have to make these decisions for yourself. So while I'm happy to answer technical questions, I simply can't tell you how something, I can't tell you if you're going to like the way something tastes, because I just don't know you. I can tell you if I like the way it tastes, but that really is of little consequence to you, honestly. I mean, I'm a particularly fussy eater, so if I like something, it's pretty rare. It's pretty uncommon to find any other person who feels the way about food that I feel. And I think that's a pretty common thing, that, you know, we all have these likes and dislikes for whatever reason. And so asking me if something's better or if I'm going to like something more, I just don't know you. And I don't know how you define better. There's lots of definitions to the word better that involve value for the money. They involve the amount of performance or reliability, availability. Something might be better and cheaper, but just unavailable to buy. Then what are you going to do? You can't get it. So is it still better? It's just too many reasons people use that word. They throw it around. You'll see it in online articles and the heading of YouTube videos. Is this better than this? Well, under what criteria? Under what value system are you determining why something would have more value than something else? And if you take into account several variables from aesthetics, if that's important, availability is important, budget is important, performance is important, reliability is important. It goes on and on and on and on and on. It's like a never-ending thing. And so people are often very simple-minded when it comes to this kind of stuff. And they just go, I like this one better, so therefore everybody else should. Or which one do you like? Because, you know, whatever I say is gospel. Absolutely not. I have an experience that adjusts my value system, that defines for me what is better, and I don't expect that to align with anybody else. When a customer is paying me to provide a solution for them as regards of a network or storage or a computer, then I make those decisions for them based on their needs, their budget, and their expectations. Not on my needs, not on my budget, and not on my expectations. I have to do it all to meet their expectations, what I'm paid for. So I build things for people that I would never own, but I can assure you the brands and the parts that I use are the brands and parts that I know I can trust, so they don't make me look like I'm incompetent because they're unreliable, or, you know, they're impossible to get, or they're profoundly expensive. So it's a matter of finding that line to meet the individual needs of each customer I deal with. If I don't know you, I can't recommend anything to you. Nobody can. Well, they can. I think you'd be a fool to actually seriously consider it. Like, that might be food for thought, might be something you should look into, but I wouldn't just blindly open my wallet and spend my hard-earned money based on what some YouTuber said. You'd be out of your mind. And throw some of that money this way if you're going to be like that. Don Allen with a $5 contribution. Hey, Don, I'll say your name. Thank you, Don. Make you blue. Ron wants to know how many CPUs have failed in my years of experience. Maybe three or four Intel ones, and maybe like a dozen AMD chips. But the reason the AMD chips would fail was usually user error in installation on AMD Athlon XP chips particularly. They had a couple of problems. One is they had no heat spreader. So if you didn't put your heatsink on with an even pressure during the installation, you would crack the die. So I saw a lot of cracked dies on AMD Athlons. I had a customer where the little plastic ridge on an AMD mounting bracket is for the CPU, the little plastic just got dry, brittle, it broke off. Customer doesn't know, you know, they turn the computer on and the fan's running, the CPU fan is running, but the CPU fan is off on one side and it's sitting almost vertically over the CPU. And then it's an Athlon XP, there's no heat protection, it overheats, smoke comes out, and it cracks in half from the heat. So I've seen probably 4 times as many, 2 to 4 times as many bad AMD CPUs because of the Athlon XP design versus Intel, which never, I won't say they never released. They did have some slot A CPUs that the heatsink was mounted on directly over the die, but they didn't do that very long, and those CPUs were this long. They were big, socketed, slotted CPUs. AMD did that for a while too, but AMD was really what I was selling back then because the Intel chips were not competitive. You got better value, better bang for the buck on the Athlon XP compared to the offerings from Intel. Right up until Intel released the Core Duo, then it shifted, and AMD's been behind for about 15 years. Now AMD's catching up, but they've fallen behind again. So we'll see how it plays out, but it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't care. They're both fine. One is not better than the other one. It just depends on your needs. One will be better for your needs than another, you know. And for most people, they probably wouldn't know the difference anyway. Is there a good amount of gold in older CPUs? How do you define a good amount? I can't answer that. Michael Gamard Sr. says, I sent $10 via PayPal. Thank you. I built a desktop a couple of years ago by watching your channel. Hey, Michael, thank you. Let's get you blue in here, my friend. Thanks for your contribution. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your kindness. Where are we at on time? A little over 3 hours. All right, guys. Again, any final questions? I'm happy to answer them. Questions about what's better? I don't know, man. Anybody who can answer that, you shouldn't listen to them because they're not being honest, or, you know, they're not being considerate of you. Because if they're considerate of you, if they really care about you, they won't answer that question without really understanding what defines best for you. And that can take quite a while to get to know you, to get to understand, you know, what are you determining is better? Like, what's your measuring stick? How are you determining that? And it takes a while. Like, when I offer to build somebody wants me to build a computer for them, on average, it's a 90-minute phone call. It's rarely less than that. I have to ask a lot of questions in order to recommend anything. And I don't have that much time to sit around and spend that much time with each individual viewer, because it's a lot of more people. It's more you than me. So it's not practical. But people pay me for that because it takes a lot of time for me to question them so I get the right information, so then I can do the research so that I can put together a computer that will meet all of their needs and budget. And so anybody just blindly tells you as a blanketed statement, this is better than that, you shouldn't listen to them. Let me rephrase. You can do whatever the hell you want. I am not going to listen to them because they don't know me. They can't tell me what I'm going to like. You don't know me. You can't tell me what's valuable to me. You don't know what I find valuable. It's preposterous to make that assumption. One man's trash is another man's treasure. John says he's looking to build a multi-camera PC. What would you suggest for live streaming? Live streaming doesn't take very much. It's really no big deal. Any modern computer, even an i3, is going to be fine. No problem. You need a good internet connection, but you know, it's really not much processing power. OBS in this stream right now is using 4.4%. Well, it went to 5.5% of my CPU. So 95% of my CPU is doing nothing right now on a 1080 broadcast. Am I going to have 4 inputs? Now, if I'm using Skype and OBS, and I'm transmitting and receiving audio and video on Skype while simultaneously transmitting and receiving audio and video on OBS, I can see that CPU usage go to like 15%. But yeah, you don't really need much for streaming. Now, if you want to game and stream at the same time, well, you're going to need power for the game,
And then just a little, maybe 10% more for the streaming. And that's mostly going to be on your internet connection anyway. So yeah, no big deal. You know, no matter how many cameras you've got, your stream is still the same size. You understand? Like whether or not I switch inputs to camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, it's still the same bits that are being transmitted. Or if I put picture in a picture, it's a little more additional processing power, but not much. But the output stream is still the same. It's still the same number of, basically, of bits. It doesn't change. John Williams says, thanks for sharing the live feed. Again, you are awesome. Hey, John, you're awesome. Thank you. You like my coasters I got? You know, Anthony Remus over at Remus Computer Solutions. That's a good idea. I should make some coasters. I should steal Anthony's idea. When I get one of these prototype GPU tools that I feel is good, I'm going to send it to Anthony and ask him to give me an unbiased review. And then once we get through that, then I might start offering them for sale once I can figure out how I can get them made and what they would cost. Do I use a mechanical keyboard? Now, you have to understand, when I was growing up, we had typewriters. And if you had an electric typewriter, you guys had some money, you know? One of the classes I took in high school was typing. Do they even offer that in high school? That was a semester. That was a whole semester of typing. And they would teach you about home row, and you'd have to learn to use whiteout. And, you know, if you made a mistake, you had to get a little looks like an energy shot bottle, and you take it out, it's got a little brush, and you paint the white, same color as the paper, over the letter that you accidentally hit, so that you didn't have to start the whole thing over again. Then you'd blow on it, wait for it to dry, feed it back through the typewriter, or, you know, roll it up and roll it back and line it back up right, and then carefully hit the right letter. And every time you screwed up, you had to do that. Now the fancy electric typewriters, they, on the ribbon that was the ink ribbon, they would have a separate whiteout ribbon. And again, it's big money. And then all you had to do was hit the wipeout, but I don't know what the button was called, but it's like a backspace button. And it would just stamp the same letter on the white ribbon, effectively saving you time with having to use the whiteout. It was expensive ribbon though. And you have to change the ribbon, you know, because you'd run out of ribbon. And so originally, you know, when you're typing on a typewriter, you don't have a choice. Nobody ever said, what kind of keycaps does a typewriter have? You have a typewriter, you type on it. If it's a mechanical typewriter, you have to put more muscle into it. If it's an electric, like an IBM's electric typewriter, it was a pleasure to type on. You didn't have a choice. There was no adjustment to adjusting how the keys felt. It is what it is. So it's, to me, preposterous that people care about the pressure of a keyboard, because it's so insignificant in my world. I don't give a thought. You can sit me in front of any keyboard. This is a little chiclet keyboard. You can put me into a full-size mechanical or membrane keyboard, and I'm pretty much always going to type, you know, probably around 60 words per minute, I would guess these days. I'm faster than most people, and the keyboard has nothing to do with how fast I type, because I learned on typewriters how to type. So if you can, you know, get yourself to type on a mechanical old Smith Corona typewriter, I think you'll understand what I'm saying. But as long as you're sort of, you know, I don't want to say spoiled. That's not the right word. You care about stuff that we didn't, it wasn't anything we cared about. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Because we didn't care about it back then, we don't care about it today. Like it has nothing to do with our abilities to utilizing the keyboard. It's sort of like, okay, you sit at a piano, let's say you're a piano player. A piano player is going to play a Yamaha piano or I can't think of the other big names. What's the one in the White House? I can't think of it.
The bottom line is, a piano player can play an electric keyboard or a piano, and it doesn't matter how hard the piano keys are to press down. They're going to hit the right keys in the right order at the right time, regardless, because they play the piano. They don't go, well, I can only play the piano well if you give me a keyboard, a piano keyboard that has this much downward pressure in these kind of keys. You know, a real piano has heavy keys. You got to really push down on those bad boys. They're like this long, and try it sometime. So I don't care. I can take it or leave it. Whatever keyboard you've got is fine with me. I can game on a keyboard just as well. My gaming does not improve over the keyboard. My running is not any faster because of my shoes, and my cooking isn't any better because of my pots or pans. I don't take better pictures because I have an expensive camera. And my YouTube content isn't better because I have all this expensive equipment. The bottom line is, at the end of the day, do you have the skill? If you require something to give you that skill, then I would say you're not skilled at all. I would say that you have a very limited ability under certain conditions. That's not skill to me, but that's the way I define it. If you ask me what kind of a keyboard I use, is it a membrane keyboard or a mechanical keyboard? Sometimes I can't tell. The Corsair K55 keyboards that I like, those are membrane keyboards, but it sure feels mechanical to me. Feels like a really nice mechanical keyboard. And then the loud, clacky, obvious mechanical keyboards, because of the speed at which I type, it's just noise. It's just clack, 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 clack. Drives people crazy. It's like clicking a pen, click, 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 click. If I'm typing slower, it's not annoying as much, but I type fast and I type with purpose. Like I'm not gently, I'm typing with purpose, and it drives people nuts to hear it. So if anything, I'm sort of anti-mechanical because of the distraction that it is. But everybody's got their preference. You know, your preferences are your preferences. That's fine. But if you're asking a guy who doesn't drink coffee what the best coffee is, probably not going to like the answer, because it's all terrible. William R. says, on December 10th, 1938, a grand piano was presented to President Franklin D. Roosevelt for the White House by Theodore Steinway. Steinway! That's what I couldn't think of. Thank you. John P. says the guy who blamed the controller more than an hour ago. Well, the problem with the controller isn't the... Well, first of all, you did see the thing moving without me touching anything, right? But the problem with the controller is where the buttons are located. I didn't use a controller like this on an Atari 2600. We never had such a thing. So if you're going to emulate the Atari 2600, give me the joystick that it came with. Give me an emulated joystick of up, down, left, right, the angles, and one fire button. One fire button. I don't, you know, we had... The Atari joystick could move in 6 directions: up, down, left, right, up, right, down, right. That was it, and one single red fire button. This has, let's see, 11 buttons plus the 4 on the edge. That's 15, and then the 2 joysticks in the center. That's with motion. Let's say they go 8 directions. That's 16 directions plus the 15 that I just said. Did I say 15? That's a total of over 30 different. Yeah. No, that's not what we had. It's way overcomplicated, and it doesn't have the right ergonomics. But, you know, if you get used to something, that's what you got used to, right? If you grew up using a Sega Genesis or beyond, then these kind of controllers were starting to get commonplace. But prior to that, it was pretty uncommon, pretty unusual. And it's become sort of the new standard for people who don't know any better. But, you know, most arcade games were a simple joystick and a fire button. Sometimes you'd have a jump and a fire, something like that, 2 buttons. And there were always exceptions, but in general, that was the rule. You know, one of the reasons I like Joust or Galaga, what you'll find both of those have in common is they have a left and right movement only. There's no up or down. Well, actually, I guess Joust would have. No, Joust doesn't have up or down.
So Galaga and Joust both are left and right only, and then a fire button or fly your wing, flap your wings. That's it. And by flapping your wings or not flapping, that's how you control your up and down movement. I enjoy the simplicity of that. It is a particular challenge because of its simplicity. There's an art to it. It's sort of like there were these old cartoons called, what were they called? I can't think of what they were called. But the artist would draw an entire story with one comic book panel. He would tell an entire joke with one comic book panel. I just thought it was brilliant. Sometimes he didn't use any words. Gary Larson. What was the name of the comic? How can I remember the artist? Can't think of what it was called. But he drew one comic book panel, and it would have it would be a picture of dinosaurs smoking cigarettes, and it'd have a caption, the real reason dinosaurs went extinct. Or he had one that couldn't be published. He had one that showed a snake that was inside of a baby crib, but its belly was too big. And it couldn't slip through the bars of the baby crib anymore, because obviously it ate the baby, right? So the snake is got a big question mark over his head, and you can't figure out why he's stuck in a crib. I think that is a very rare talent. Or Buster Keaton, where you have a silent movie where an entire story can be told without using words, although they often had those placards that they would put up for telling you what's going on. But if you don't have to put up any placards, if you can tell a story with no words, like Stan and Ollie, they had comedy routines on stage that were just hilarious, and they never, on some of their acts, there's one where they're at a bus stop or a train station, and they're looking for each other, and they keep missing each other. And it is, Laurel and Hardy, it is freaking hilarious, and they never say a word. I think that is such an extreme talent, to communicate without speaking. When I had my dog Jake, I used to train him verbally, of course, but also with hand signals. So Jake and I had nonverbal communication, which is just one of the most incredible relationships with an animal, that by moving your hand or your body language, by making a purposeful motion with the dog's attention, the dog knows what that means without you saying a word. And if you watch the way I interact with my dogs, I often will use hand signals in addition to being verbal. And sometimes I attempt the hand signal only, but Jake picked it up right away. So if I do this, I say sit, and the dog should associate this with sit. If I do this, it means I want your paw. Okay, very simple. Give me your paw. And then eventually when the dog sees me do this, the dog should react by offering. And if I do this, that means sit. If I do this, it means down. And if I touch the ground, it means I want you to lay down. If I'm poking the ground, lay down. And it's just a natural thing I do when I'm training a dog. I combine the visual with the verbal. And then I try, after the dog's got it, I will just try the physical signs to see if the dog will react. And dogs will catch, they'll catch on, they're smart. But Jake, he just picked up on it right away. Jake learned stuff I didn't intend to teach him because he was watching me, and I didn't know that he was watching me. And I didn't realize he was paying attention, and he was learning from watching me. And he learned how to do things I never taught him how to do. Many things. He learned how to use the doggy door. I never showed him how. He watched the other dog use it and figured it out by watching. It was amazing. I used to keep the dog treats on the cabinet, and he would go over to the cabinet, and the cabinet had two flat doors. They didn't have any way to open them. They were completely level. I used to have to push on one of the doors to get my hand under the neck, because it was a job some family member did. And anyway, they didn't have any pull handle. Anyway, Jake figured out how to push the door in with his nose and swing the other door open, and then look at me he'd look at me, and he'd look at the dog treats, and he'd look at me. It's like, I opened the door for you. Jake could feed himself. He could pull the bin door open of the dog food, stick his head in there, get a mouthful of food, and close the. Well, he wouldn't close the bin. The bin would just close through gravity, and then he never overate. He just ate when he was hungry. I didn't teach him how to do that. He just did it. I didn't realize when that door latch is closed, he figured out how to open it by watching me. This dog was amazing. Now, you know, my other dogs are great dogs too, but they don't have that level of awareness that Jake had. And so me using hand signals and having nonverbal communication with Jake was really special, very special. So I add, we talk about value systems and what's best. You see, in my world, being able to communicate without speaking and communicating clearly, whether that's in humor form, like Gary Larson's cartoon, Far Side. Yeah, thank you, Rock and Rob. Thank you for that. Far Side. I think that's a real talent that few people have. Or watching comedy routines like Buster Keaton or Laurel and Hardy, or you know, even Lucille Ball when she's working at the chocolate factory and she's kind of freaking out. And there's not a whole lot of dialogue there, and it's physically funny, right? And she's communicating without saying anything. That to me is genius. That takes far more effort, far more thought. I'm too lazy to figure all that out. Seems like a lot of work, but yeah. So with communication, I'm a big fan of, because I realize when it's done well, it's often more effective, more efficient, and less misunderstood. Am I saying that humans are the dumb animal? No, humans are a disease. They're not an animal. They're a disease. Ron says, Eddie Van Halen will still sound like Eddie Van Halen on a cheap beginner amp and guitar. Yeah, that's my point. You know, when we get back to, you know, the weight of the keys of a keyboard, or, you know, mechanical versus membrane, if that really matters to you, I suggest that you learn how to type. Get yourself, if you really want to be a good typist, get yourself a mechanical Smith Corona typewriter. Good quality mechanical typewriter. They still work today. Type on that 4 hours a day for about 12 months, and you won't care anymore. And your fingers will be a lot stronger too. Tom Hanks collects typewriters. Here's a weird piece of trivia. Tom Hanks loves typewriters. He gives them as gifts to close friends. He collects them. He's fascinated with typewriters. And it just goes to show you, sometimes the simpler things were better, in the sense that you didn't have any updates or viruses or scammers trying to remote access your typewriter. And they still work as effectively today as they did 70, 80 years ago. Ron is complaining about censorship. We definitely censor here because we're not a government association. Censorship, as it applies to the people, is your ability to speak out against the government. You can't go into McDonald's and then make a presentation on the floor of McDonald's about how much better Burger King and Wendy's are, and expect that you're not going to be asked to leave, and refusal to leave will result in the police arresting you for a trespass violation. Censorship does not apply to private entities. In other words, if you come into my house, start swearing at me, I can kick you out, and if you refuse to leave, I can have you arrested and removed from the property. I think people are very, very ignorant when it comes to what censorship is. Companies like Facebook and YouTube and Twitter have a responsibility to protect their company, as does any company, from people who are vile, who want to be vulgar and think they have a right to say anything they want to. You have a right in a public forum in regards to the government to criticize your government and your politicians. but you do not have a right to go into a privately owned company, go into Disneyland and wear a t-shirt that has a naked lady on it or Mickey Mouse giving the middle finger. You will be escorted off of the property with no refund if you do not maybe turn that t-shirt inside out or wear a different t-shirt. That is their property and you are a guest. Even though you paid, when you go into McDonald's, you're still a customer. You have no right to be there. They have the right to refuse service for any reason. Now, obviously, that runs into some blurred lines when it comes to any sort of racism or hatred, right? I don't like the shoes you're wearing isn't a good enough reason. But if you are impeding business, or let's say, for example, you come into my channel and you be vulgar, and now I'm losing viewers because of your vulgarity, you are now impacting my business, and I have the right to kick you out and ban you. You do not have a right to say whatever you want on my YouTube channel. Now, to some extent, you can say what you want on your own YouTube channel, but you need to realize when you're a guest. And if you're a guest here, I suggest you watch your manners. Don't insist other people have to accommodate you. That's a quick way to find yourself out the door. You need to be considerate that there are families, children, and other people watching, and that you're a guest, just like they are. And you're all invited as long as you behave. But the minute you think what you have to say has to be heard, no, it doesn't. On your YouTube channel, you can make that decision, but not on anybody else's. Try it sometime. Let me know how that works out for you. Go into McDonald's, get on a soapbox and tell them how bad their food is and interfere with their customers. You're going to find out exactly what your right to free speech is and is not. It's ridiculous. Yes, so you can expect to be censored here. If your behavior is such and you don't like it, you can get out. You're an invited guest. If you don't like my house, don't stay. If you do, please stay. But I'm not going to put up with that. That's ridiculous. I don't like your couch, Carey. If you don't change your couch, I'm leaving. And I'm going to tell you what I think about your house, whether you want to hear it or not. And I'm going to be vulgar about it. And you're going to have to listen to me because I have a right to free speech. You're out of your mind. Get out. You've got no authority to enforce this demand. You're out of line, and it's completely mind-blowing how delusional that is to even make such a suggestion as an invited guest. Somebody doesn't understand what a business is, and they want to argue with me, and so you're gone. I'm just done with you. If you want to argue with me, go away. Problem solved. You want to fight for so that's a hill you want to die on? You want to come in here and insist that you're right and I'm wrong? You're not going to last long here. I'm done with you. What a shame. What a shame that people exhibit such delusional characteristics of self-importance. They have no authority. They speak as though they have authority, and yet I can ban you. What are you going to do to me? File a complaint? To who? YouTube is a business. Social media is a privately owned business. It is not a service or a utility provided by the government. And if you do not follow the rules of behavior that these free services that are privately owned that generate millions and millions of dollars of revenue, if you jeopardize that revenue generation, you're gone. And there's no recourse. You have no legal recourse because you have no authority. It's all in your head. And if you're going to remain delusional, we don't need you here. You don't voluntarily leave, you get banned. And so I just banned somebody because they're being dumb. Don't try to enforce rules on other people unless you have the authority. And if you don't have the authority, you're a guest. You understand? So that's how this works. And if you haven't figured that out in life by now, boy, are you in for some hard living.
You try telling somebody what to do and you're not in a position of authority, you should expect resistance, and you may not like it. But the good news is you can create your own page on social media, and you can have people come to you and you can say whatever you want within the terms of the scope of that particular site's rules. But when you're a guest on my channel, you will behave as the community, as others in the community behave. And the minute you step out of line and I correct you and you want to argue with me about it, I'm not making any money from you. There's no value that you're bringing me oh no, you know, I lost a viewer. That's going to cost me all of a quarter of a penny. You understand? So your value, especially somebody who's not, you know, financially contributing very at all or very often, or, you know, somebody who's not bringing anything supportive or uplifting, but instead they think what they have to say is more important than everybody else. That's not a community mindset that we're looking for here. There's Selden Bell in the chat room talking about the animated GIF running on this computer that he created. That's the guy. Evidence Savant says, sorry about that guy, Carey. You know, it's the internet. They're everywhere. They're just mindless drones ranting on and on without any authority, and they're delusional, and they're disrespectful. They think that what they say goes, and they have no ability to enforce it. And it's preposterous. That's why I'm saying it's delusional. If you don't have the ability to enforce what you're saying, you should probably keep your mouth shut or risk getting kicked out. I mean, the flagrant display of ignorance is profound on the internet. I've never seen people boast of their ignorance before. I was brought up that if you were ignorant, you kept your mouth shut so that people didn't know. Now it's like a bragging point. Let me show you how stupid I am. It's bizarre. Let me eat Tide Pods and a teaspoonful of cinnamon or something. It's just like boasting about stupidity. I can't get on board with it. I'm sorry. I don't understand why being stupid is cool. It's not cool. It's shameful, sad. And you're going to look back on it when you're an adult and you're going to say, why was I stupid? I guarantee it. Let me rephrase. I hope so. I hope you're mature. Give it time. Some people just need a little more time. They're not done yet, you know? That's all right. We'll move on without him. Winston Liu contributes $5 Canadian. Hey, Winston. Thank you. William R. says, house rules, number 75, do not criticize my couch or you'll be asked to leave. Mark Baggett said, it amazes me how people don't have a simple basic understanding of the First Amendment rights on social media. It's as if they've never passed a civics class. They probably haven't passed the civics class. Why would they? They already know everything. Why would you need to take a class on something you already know? And what's it based on? What you read on social media. So ignorant people are following, it's the blind following the blind. You know, it's ridiculous. It's stupid. Because it's completely defiant of reality, hence delusional. You can't say something often enough to make it true. I've been saying I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, and it's just not working. I've tried it. Evidence Savant with a nice contribution here, $45. He says, here's money to take your mind off of jerks. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. I think I use the couch as an example because the way my mind works, I'm always thinking of like quarterback couches, you know, armchair quarterbacks, people that sit in a chair who've done nothing and tell somebody how to do something that's actually doing something. It's preposterous. People that don't understand the complexity of things, they oversimplify things. And they think, oh, this is so simple. And it's so simple because they lack an education in it. And that's where you get all your conspiracy theorists. They're just ignorant. And if you're ignorant, you don't understand how things work, it's real easy to think it's magic or aliens or the earth is flat or men have never been on the moon. It's very simple to educate yourself. And if you don't educate yourself, then it's even easier to let your imagination make it all make sense in your head, regardless of reality. And then that's fueled ridiculous conspiracy theories that have absolutely no basis or foundation from anybody who has an education on that subject. Basically, if somebody says they're a flat earther, what they're telling you is, I have no education with regards to planets or astronomy. I have zero, like not even a basic education on that. So let me just promote that to the world and make sure everybody knows how ignorant I am on this particular subject. And nobody knows everything. It'd be unrealistic to know everything, and it's okay. It's perfectly natural to lack knowledge in certain areas that maybe are of no interest to you. But to use a conspiracy theory as justification of your ignorance is delusion. It's just delusion. Reality doesn't change because you refuse to acknowledge it. It reminds me of a show called, it was a book called Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where these glasses, if you wore these glasses and there was any danger, the glasses would turn instantly black so you could no longer see the danger, and therefore you would not be afraid and you would not panic. Hence the slogan, don't panic. If you're not familiar with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you might have seen the don't panic slogan. Elon Musk put it on the car, the Tesla that he shot into space. It says, don't panic. That's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And it's sarcastic, dry British humor regarding how it can help you by, it's basically like an ostrich sticking its head in the sand, which I guess isn't a real thing. I don't know, I was always taught that it was. But if you don't see the danger, then the danger doesn't exist. Now that's a book from the 70s, and you can see people haven't changed much. It's still funny today because it's still true. But not everybody sees the humor in it. Some people are like, I don't get it. Yeah, I didn't think you would. It's not for you. David Austin contributes $5. Says, I miss seeing Coke in the stream. Here is a Coca-Cola contribution. I went to Cane's, got some chicken fingers, and I had a medium Coke. Of course, I'm going through the drive-thru because of the pandemic. And you know what I hate about the drive-thru is they never seem to get the orders right. Like, you got one job, okay? You got to put some chicken fingers, some French fries, a piece of Texas toast, and give me a Coke. That's your job. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, no special request. I don't think I have to check it. There's people behind me. I'm very courteous and thoughtful of people behind me, so I pay my money, I get my food, I put it on a seat, I drive through, and I hit a red light, so I take the straw and I pop it into the drink, and I just take a sip of it, and it's cherry Coke. Or it's Dr. Pepper. I think it was cherry Coke. And I don't hate it, but it's not what I wanted. And how could you make such a simple mistake? I didn't order 40 meals. I had one meal for one person with one drink. You couldn't get it right? You think I'm going to turn the car around and say, you know, wait in another line and give me another? No, that was my Coke today. I had a cherry Coke. I didn't like it. And I'm upset about it. What are you thinking? It wasn't that busy. In fact, I think there was only one car behind me. There was no other. When I looked behind in the rearview mirror, there was nobody in the drive-thru ordering, so there was no line besides the car that was behind me. So they weren't rushed. There's nobody in the restaurant. I know people make mistakes, but it's unacceptable. You're not allowed to make mistakes. Pay attention. It's not that hard. Do it right the first time. Give a damn. Take some pride in the work you're doing. Photo Ray, why are you not blue? Photo Ray says Cane's chicken strips have become so small it's not worth it anymore. You know, it's funny you'd say that. I don't eat there very often, and I always like the freshness. You can tell the chicken strips they serve are not frozen. They have a very fresh, distinctive, fresh taste to them. And today they were small. I know they were like, you know, there's like, I thought when I looked in the box to see what else they got wrong, I thought they only gave me 3 chicken strips. I ordered the box combo, which is 4. But they were all like this big. Now, usually at Cane's, they're like this big, and then you get maybe one that's smaller than the others. And it used to be I've noticed when I would get like small chicken fingers, they gave me an extra one. So if I ordered a 4-piece, I'd end up with 5 because they were all small. At least that's why I think they did it. And I haven't eaten there in a while, so if that's the new normal, it's still good. And it's still cheaper to eat there than at Arby's. It cost me $8.46 for 4 chicken fingers, French fries, Texas toast, and a medium Coke or cherry Coke. Arby's is like $12 for 2 regular roast beefs and a medium drink with no French fries or potato cakes or anything. Just 2 roast beef sandwiches and a medium drink is over $12. Even if I have a coupon, sometimes there's a coupon 2 for $5 on the Arby's roast beef sandwiches. I'm still looking at somewhere around $9. And then if I go to Five Guys, that's $16 for the smallest hamburger with the smallest fries and a small drink. $16 and change. And then it sits like a cement block in my stomach. Wendy's is a pretty good value. I can get the crispy chicken, spicy crispy chicken. It's like a number 6 combo. Medium fry, medium drink. I think that's right around $9. So price-wise, Cane's is still pretty good value. I don't even eat at Long John Silver's anymore. That place has gone terrible. What about Popeyes? I'll tell you what I don't like about Popeyes is they seem to, when I go to Popeyes, I either get chicken fingers that taste rubbery and cold, like they were made 4 hours ago and under a heat lamp, or they're boiling hot and 20 minutes after waiting, they're still too hot to eat and I'm starving and I end up burning the roof of my mouth because I can't wait anymore and I need to eat. Because usually I eat like once a day, some major meal, and I'll snack on stuff throughout the day, you know, a couple of chips here, a couple of crackers, whatever. But I have like one meal in the day. And sometimes it's earlier in the day, like today I ate earlier, which is unusual. Sometimes I'll make something, right? Frozen pizza or make my own fresh pizza, stuff like that. You see me on my cooking stuff that I do, some of the stuff I do. And and Popeyes, I just find that the chicken is either too hot or it's too cold. It's pretty rare. Like I can go to Church's Chicken. I can pretty much go literally to any other chicken place, and the chicken's fine. Popeyes is the only one where it's just time and time again, it's just cold and rubbery. It's just been out for too long. Or I have to wait. They're like, oh yeah, we're cooking a batch now. And I'm like, all right, well that means after that's done, I'm going to wait some more for it to be not lava hot. So I don't really care for Popeyes because of that. It's nothing to do with the breading or the chicken itself. It's just the way they prep it. It's prepped and kept under the heat lamps far too long. Have I tried Whataburger? Yeah, they're just disgusting. I get sick to my stomach. It's just, I don't like anything about it. I don't get it. Or White Castle. No, thank you. You can have all that you want. Enjoy it. If you got to choose, what's your last meal? I mean, does it matter? Does it make any difference? I don't think it matters.
Do I like In-N-Out Burger? In-N-Out Burger is okay. I really don't. It's not my favorite. The burgers are small. There's very little meat. The French fries are amazing, but it's okay. It's like McDonald's. If I put an In-N-Out Burger next to a McDonald's burger, the way I order it, which is just meat in the bun with no condiments, no cheese, no toppings, no onions, none of that. They're virtually the same, and the patty's about the same size, the bun's about the same size, and it basically tastes pretty damn close. McDonald's has a distinctive taste, but if I want a real burger, I want to go to Fuddruckers. Fuddruckers to me has the best burgers of any fast food chain that I've ever had consistently. They don't take too long to cook. The prices are reasonable. It's basically Arby's prices, but I can get a third or a half-pound burger, and it's a thick burger. It's not a couple of thin patties piled on each other. And the buns are made in-house, daily, fresh. So yeah, and the French fries, they have these wedges that they have a seasoning on that I just love. So I love everything about it. It's almost like eating a steak. Sometimes before the pandemic, and they had all the sauces and stuff out, I'd grab some A1 steak sauce and put that on my plain burger. Just A1 sauce on the meat, on the bun. That's it. Delicious. Fuddruckers filed for bankruptcy, David Austin says. I don't know anything about that. I know that Fuddruckers was affected. They're a Texas-based chain, I think. And so they closed all their stores in Texas because of this episode. So that would imply they're still in business. And here in Arizona, there's like 3 or 4 of them. I was just there like 2 weeks ago. I can't imagine that anything's happened. Planet Cryos with another contribution, $5. He says your logo would look nice behind you once you obtain a studio or even one of those that lights up. Just a thought. It'd be tough to put anything behind me here because like if it was a light that projected my logo, I'd be standing in front of it. So you can't see it. Or the light would be in front of me hitting me and half of the logo is going to be on me. I could paint the wall, paint my logo on it. That'd be pretty damn cool. But yeah, I don't know that the owner would care for that very much. David says he's in Texas. Well, as far as I know, the Fuddruckers in Texas closed because of the storms, because people were not going out to eat. People could not go to work, and there was no electricity to run the store. So all of the Fuddruckers were shut down temporarily for those reasons in Texas, but not because they went out of business. You go to Fuddruckers.com. I'm sure you can find all the answers to your questions. What am I, a representative of Fuddruckers all of a sudden? Just because I like to eat there, now I'm like defending the guy. I'm not defending him. I don't care. The building's still up and there were people inside. I don't know what you want from me. AC's drafting steak and hash browns with onions and cheese. Oh, that's gross. There's few things in the world I hate as much as onions. God, they just turn my stomach. Hey, you enjoy that, okay? You enjoy that. You can have mine. Troll McTrollington says Ford is shut down until April. Why? Ford's got a lot of different factories all over the world. Why would they universally shut down all the factories? Canada, Mexico, US, Europe, I don't understand. Do I like Shake Shack? Yeah, it's not my favorite. I can get a chicken sandwich, just a chicken breast. Same with Chili's. You can get a plain grilled chicken breast on a bun. Could be a wheat bun, I don't care. French fries and a Coke. It's fine. Because I eat everything plain, it's not a big difference between a Chili's chicken breast sandwich, Shake Shack chicken breast sandwich. So things like that I can get anywhere. They're all pretty much the same. I don't go out of my way to eat there. If it's there and I'm hungry, I'll go there. But I won't purposely go there. I won't like get in the car and go, hey, let's go to Shake Shack. I'll be like, hey,
There's a Steak Shack. You want to eat? Or Steak and Shake, whatever. Even Steak and Shake is kind of the same thing. I always confuse those two. Taco Bell, there's nothing at Taco Bell I'll eat except I can get nacho chips with a side of cheese that I can dip, or I can get a cheese crisp with, no sauce, just cheese on a tortilla melted. That's it. The only two things I'll eat at Taco Bell. So I usually leave hungry. I much prefer to make my own nachos. It's cheaper and I get a lot more. For 99 cents, I think it was, you get the nachos and cheese. And by default, they pour the cheese on the nachos. I hate that because then you end up with nachos that start to get cold and soggy, and nachos that have a ton of cheese, and then the nachos underneath have no cheese at all. So you have too much cheese, it's getting cold, the nachos are losing their crunchiness, they're getting soggy and cold and nasty. And once you get rid of those on top, then you have a bunch of nachos underneath that have like zero cheese on them. So I prefer just put the cheese in a little ramekin, a little container, and then let me dip as much cheese as I want for each nacho, and then I can ration out the amount of cheese they give me with the amount of nachos I have so that I can have cheese on every nacho. If I wanted some nachos without cheese, then I would have just ordered it that way. So oftentimes they're pretty stingy with the cheese and I've got to ration it out. If I see people, if I do it the way I see people do it, where they use the nacho like a spoon, where it's a cheese delivery device, that cheese they give you would last for 4 nachos and you'd be out. I get a 4-piece McNuggets at McDonald's and they give me 2 sauces. Are you kidding me? For 4 nuggets? What are people doing? Is the nugget a delivery device for the sauce? Are they scooping out half of the container on one nugget? Hump. Then they take the next nugget, get all the edges, hump, and then that container's done. One container, I could dip 10 nuggets in one container and half of that will still be left over. So I don't understand what people are doing. That's just crazy. I always tell McDonald's, take one of those back. I'm not going to touch it. Just when I asked for the barbecue sauce, I just wanted 1. It's a waste to give me 2. It's going to go in the trash. 1 is like way, way more than I'm going to use. So we're good. To give me 2 by default with 4 nuggets, who are these people? Who is using that much sauce? What can you taste? That's all you're going to taste if you're putting that much on. That's your business if that's what you do, but that's weird to me that that's normal and expected. The default is 2. You've got to be out of your mind. Troll McChoy says some people double dip. Hey, if I take a chicken McNugget and I dip it and I bite into it and I eat half of it, you're damn right I'm going to dip it again. And I'm telling you, I can have 10 McNuggets and I can double dip all of them and I will not go through half of one of those containers. It's meant to add flavor. It's not meant to be the only flavor. But, what are you going to do? That's what people do, I guess. They're in it for the sauce. If I wanted to order the sauce and have some McNuggets that I could, sprinkle on it, I would have ordered it that way. I crack myself up. Ford cannot get enough computer chips. I haven't read anything about that. It's interesting. John P. says, I grew up in a town with 2 Chinese restaurants. One was great and the other was meh. I later learned the difference was the good one still used MSG. MS3, I was just talking about monosodium glutamate, or you guys might, in America, you would know it as accent. It's a seasoning, but it's actually not a seasoning. And as far as I know, people that claim to have allergies, they've never proven that anybody's ever allergic to it. It's just a flavor enhancer. It doesn't have any flavor of its own. So you can put it on steak, you put it on chicken, you put it on rice, whatever, and it just enhances whatever the flavor is of the item you put it on. Monosodium glutamate is a flavor enhancer. It has no flavor of its own. And in theory, your food should taste more flavorful when it's used. But there are people that claim they're allergic to it, and I believe those are scientifically proven that no such allergy ever exists. It's totally psychological. So places will advertise no MSG to promote to people who say they're sensitive to it. And my information may be out of date, but the last I looked into it, it was all placebo. But I use accent. I like it. I have no problem with MSG, and I do believe MSG is exactly what it says it is. Things that I put MSG on still taste the same. It's just that they're just slightly more flavorful of whatever flavor it is that you're putting it on. So just, if you like a steak, I wouldn't cover the steak up in barbecue sauce. It would take away from the flavor of the steak. Salt and pepper is all a good steak should need, in my opinion. And if you put accent on it, then it's even just a little bit better. It still tastes the same. It still tastes, a steak still tastes like a steak. It doesn't taste like barbecue sauce, and it doesn't taste like seasoning. It tastes like a steak is supposed to taste, but with the MSG or the accent, it just something about it's a little more flavorful. It's not a huge difference. It's very subtle. David Austin with a very generous $50 contribution. He says, in hopes you will send me the i9 sitting on the table when you're done hooking up the shirts. This is not an i9 in that box. The i9 was put into another computer that had a 10700K in it. And I didn't have any place to put the 10700K, so I threw it in the i9 box. Now this over here, the 3950X, that's unopened. I haven't cut the tape on that. That's coming up in a build this week using a Be Quiet Pure Base 802 silent case and their all-in-one cooler along with a crucial 1 terabyte PCIe Gen 4 solid state NVMe drive. Should be a pretty nice build. Oh, what am I going to do for graphics? I'm so spoiled with Intel. What am I going to do for graphics? I'll figure something out for graphics. I didn't even think about that till just now. Thought I had everything together. Power supply, cooler, CPU, motherboard, RAM, storage, case. Totally forgot about the graphics card. I'm thinking I'll use built-in video, but that clearly doesn't have any. So, damn you, AMD. Biting me on the butt again. Well, I'm glad I figured this out now. That could have been embarrassing. That's all right. Won't be the first time. Won't be the last. Brian says a properly cooked steak should not need sauce. Oh, I am not suggesting it needs it. I'm suggesting that it can. So it depends what you're after. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't make hamburger out of filet mignon. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm cooking a filet mignon, I want salt and pepper on both sides of it to enhance the flavor that's already there. But if you didn't put any salt or pepper on it and you served it to me, I'm not going to send it back. I'm not going to not enjoy it. I'll still think, wow, this is really good. And I think with a little salt and pepper, it could be amazing. Same with corn on the cob. Freshly cooked corn that's fresh shouldn't need butter or salt. But if it has butter and salt, it's just a little better. That's all. It's sort of the icing on the cake. By the way, if I eat cake, I don't want icing. Icing is too rich for me. It's too sweet. So if somebody's making cupcakes, like, Carey, do you want some cupcakes? I'm like, don't frost them. Set aside a couple of cupcakes with no frosting. Because I won't eat the top of the cupcake. It's too sweet. The same with like Pop-Tarts. Most Pop-Tarts, they have a frosting. And it's, in most cases, it's too sweet. What are the strawberry Pop-Tarts are like the most popular? Ugh. But I saw they had, what flavor did I see? It was pretty interesting. Oh, cinnamon. They had cinnamon where it had no frosting on it. And I liked that. It was good. I could have I probably did eat the whole box. And the cherry ones aren't too bad, but they get them without frosting. They only make a couple without frosting. And the Pop-Tarts frosting isn't that sweet. but I just generally avoid it. Same like somebody's making a multi-layer cake and then they put a frosting or a filling between the layers. In most cases, it's too sweet for me. I have to eat around it. My sister made me a cake for my birthday a couple years back, and she just nailed it because she knows me, you know. So she made this, I don't know, yellow cake. I don't know what to call it. But she did the layering, and for the filling, she used an almond flavored cream. And no, I don't think. And for frosting, she used whipped cream for frosting. So whipped cream, an almond, I don't want to call it almond paste. It wasn't. It was something she made that had a very distinct almond flavor. It wasn't rich like a chocolate or a vanilla or strawberry or whatever they put, raspberry in cake fillings. It was so mild, and it just enhanced the cake. It wasn't like it overpowered the cake and all you're tasting is a frosting delivery device. And then the whipped cream topping, again, it's not sweet. Oh man, I could have ate that whole cake. Don't I have a birthday coming up? I better get my sister on the phone. Hey, there's Peter Laycock joining us in the chat room, and a 50-pound contribution, generous and kind as always, Peter. Thank you so much. He says, good morning, Carey, and all the chat from Scotland. Hey, Peter, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for your continued support and your friendship. Rick Lakes with another contribution, $10. Hey, thank you, Rick. Troll McTrolling says, was it almond whipped cream? No, it was regular whipped cream, but the filling between the layers of the cake was an almond. There's a word for it. Like if you've ever had an almond macaron, I could eat those all day. I got a thing for almonds, I guess. I do know they have almond whipped cream. I don't like it. It's disgusting. So just because it's got almonds in it doesn't mean I'm going to automatically like it. AC's Drafting, very generous. Another $20 contribution. Thank you, AC's Drafting. Peter, I hope you're doing well. Like I said, it's always good to see you, my friend. I always smile when I see Peter. He's just a cool dude. Troll Matronian says he's more of a hazelnut guy. Yeah, you know what? Things that are like amaretto, hazelnut, I like those things too. But, you know, Bailey's Irish cream, you know, it's good stuff. But when it comes to, I guess what I'm getting at is like cake filling, you know, when somebody's layering a cake, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, it's just too rich for me and I have to eat around it. And the same with the frosting. But my sister made a cake using whipped cream topping for the frosting. And then she used, gosh, there's a word for it. I can't think of what it's called, but it's basically the same thing that's used in like macarons. It's an almond-like paste-like filling. And it's flavorful but mild. It's not rich. If you guys saw me doing the food tasting on my channel, you saw my face get really red and I started to sweat when something was really rich. It has a very physiological effect on my biochemistry. Like it's pretty obvious. It's not, I'm not making it up. You can see it happen. And in fact, speaking of that, there was something I picked up. When I ordered the snacks from Amazon, I also ordered something that took a while to come in, and I couldn't wait to do this on camera, so you'll see there's a clothespin. I cheated. I took it out of the box. But these are these Norwegian. They're called Smash. And what they are essentially, if you're American, you know what bugles are. They're like chocolate-covered bugles. Hello? Why hasn't anybody thought of this in America? Chocolate-covered bugles is what I'm talking about. Anybody had these before? They're all kind of stuck together. That's exactly what they are. Milk chocolate covered bugles. And they're salty. They're not sweet. They're super, super salty. So while I really like them, after about 2 or 3, it's so much salt. I don't know, what's the sodium on there? It's crazy. It's gotta be. It's chocolate and salt. Wow, it's potent. This bag is gonna last me a long time. Jen Robert says they are very popular here in Norway. And he says not his favorite. Yeah. Anyway, I forgot to share that with you since we brought up food. I don't like my foods touching, but that being said, there are always exceptions. I saw this, I'm like, yeah, gonna have that. But I like how they're different colors, so when I reach in the box, I know which one I've got. If they were identical, I'd be a little upset. I'd have some anxiety. Which one is this? I need to prepare. I need my taste buds to be ready for what I'm about to eat. It's got to match my expectation. Is this one cheddar jack or is this one jalapeno? But because they're different colors, I can just look at it and go, that's a jalapeno one. Okay. I don't know. I'm a weirdo that way. It's all good though. It's not hurting anybody. Stop judging me. Crack myself up. John Durr says, I'll eat anything crunchy, salty, and covered in chocolate. Right on, John. I hear you, man. I like milk chocolate, preferably. Real milk chocolate. Make sure John's a moderator in here. The other Norwegian chocolate I got has ruined all chocolate for me. It's so delicious. And I showed you guys before, but I'll show you again. There's a, where is it? Right here. These little milk chocolate. I'm gonna just keep moving this mouse. I need to have 2 mice, one on each side of the table, because I need to look at 2 different screens, and every time I need to look at the main screen, it's behind the other one. That's why I need 2 monitors. But this, and there's a discount on that AMD CPU now. No, this is from Norway, and it's these little milk chocolate, solid milk chocolate discs. They look a bit like a Rolo, but they're not. Rolos are like that thick. These are like half of that. And instead of being filled, although they do offer them filled, these are just solid milk chocolate. Oh, they're so good. These are like the best milk chocolate I've ever had. Right here, that's it. Thank goodness for Amazon. Like, it opens the whole world up of different foods and treats, snacks, and whatever that other cultures enjoy. And since I am a fussy eater, you know, I'm not too food adventurous, but with snack foods, you know, it's an exception. All right, guys, I guess we're going to wrap it up. We're going on 4 hours and 20 minutes. Make your own jokes. So I guess at 4:20 here, we're going to wrap it up. Thank you so much again for all the contributions. Let me shout out all the generosity in today's broadcast. And I see Ryan Grady contributed $5 and said, sending those Edifer speakers on your Amazon want list your way. Enjoy. Oh, nice. Thank you, Ryan. I'll look forward to getting those.
So thank you, Ryan and AC's Drafting and Rick Lakes, Peter Laycock, David Austin, Ryan Grady again. He said, I've not contributed in a while, so I'm sending these your way. Enjoy. Right on. Well, thank you, Ryan. Planet Cryos and David Austin, Evident Savant, Winston Liu, Don Allen, AC's Drafting, DJ Big Red AZ, AC's Drafting more times. Thank you. Alvin Shaver, Feral Sparky, AC's Drafting again. I'm going to put AC's Draft. I'm going to start working for AC's Drafting directly. Feral Sparky again, Aaron Werner, and AC's Drafting again. Mike Zalwinitsky, AC's Drafting again and again and again. That's a lot. Frank, Jimmy, William Lynn, Planet Cryos again. Terrell Cockerham, John Craig, Planet Cryos again. Mike Yazzie, Julian D, Michael Dane, he's the man, Kevin Arsenault, Stefan A, Rick Lakes, and Rick Hubbard. And of course, Rick Lakes and Rick Hubbard are familiar names here. They contribute quite often. Appreciate that very much. And Brent W contributes 70 ZAR. What is a ZAR? ZAR is a South African rand. It's 70 of those is equal to $4.75 United States dollars. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it very much. And all the supporters, and not just financial supporters, but just generally nice people in the chat room who aren't trying to tell me what the rules are. And furthermore, who are kind to each other and supportive to each other, because it's this community that differentiates my channel from any other YouTube channel, I think. It's not me. It is not my content. I mean, if I said it was, I'd be kind of egotistical. But honestly, anybody can do what I'm doing. But to create this community and to have this amazing community, that's something you guys are making. And it's something that's just like the most valuable part of this whole thing, as far as I'm concerned. And so I appreciate your contributions in the chat room, right? Just talking, the dialect, the interaction that you have with me and with each other, and that the direction of that interaction is always positive or kind. That's just so unusual to find on the internet or even in society. So I want you to know that it just means a lot to me, each and every one of you. Thank you so much, especially to my friends in blue who help keep it civil in there when the jerks come in and try and draw attention to themselves. They get shut down pretty quick here. Because the folks in blue are always got my back, and I really appreciate that so much, so I can focus on the content. And for those of you who are not yet blue, it's my intent to make you blue. Just participate in the chat room. You know, speak up, say hello. That's all you have to do is say hello, and then do it regularly, and I'll start recognizing your name. You don't have to give anything other than your kindness, and I'll recognize it. I'll turn you blue. I'd love to turn everybody blue. It's what I want. Some people insist on being jerks, and sometimes I turn people blue that I thought were nice people, and they turn out to be jerks, and I have to take it back. Then I get mad at myself for being too naive about people. But prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Come on in and show me that the majority of people are, in fact, kind and supportive just by being nice to other people. Doesn't seem like I'm asking that much, but apparently I am. But with that, for those of you who are already blue, it means a lot to me, and I appreciate you very much. And thank you for watching the channel. And I have a lot of projects. I'll be testing this tool, finishing up Threadripper this week. I got to get Thomas's red and black Mini ITX NZXT case finished up and hopefully get shipped out by the end of the week. Threadripper's got to get finished. Did I say that? And I got to get that PureBase 802 build with this AMD 3950X. And then come the first week of March 5th, I think. Is it March 5th? I think that Friday, I do believe that's Mitch Morrison's birthday. And so for Mitch's birthday, we're going to have him build a computer, and we're going to give him the computer as his birthday present. Don't tell him. And with that, I'm going to let everybody go. Have a good night. Thanks again for watching. All the links for, well, I think there's only one link for today's little project. The link for that is in the notes below the video. It'll take you to Amazon. If you make any purchase from my Amazon link, I make a small commission from that. If enough people use it, it can add up to some serious money. If you use it to purchase anything at all, I make a small commission. But it's got to be my link that takes you to Amazon. Once you're there, any purchase you make, it doesn't cost you anything anymore. You're not paying anymore. There's no difference on your end, right? So it's another way to anonymously contribute to the channel. And it adds up, and I appreciate it. Even the little purchases add up. So if enough people use it, it's just for the US version of Amazon. I don't have affiliate links for other countries because, quite frankly, I just don't have enough people in other countries to make it. Well, maybe the UK, I don't know, but it's quite an effort of time to get it set up. So I haven't set it up. But and Planet Cryos, who just contributed $5 again, thank you again, both you and AC's Drafting, just over the top with your contributions today. I really appreciate it. And I hope others do too, because it's because of the generosity of folks like that and of the regular contributors, whether it's, large amounts or small amounts, but a lot of them over a period of time, not just today, but folks like Rick Lakes and Rick Hubbard are constantly, John Craig, all these guys, folks like Peter Laycock and John Jack Wilson and other folks who contribute large amounts regularly you have to understand, when you see these folks in a chat room, you should thank them, because for most of you, they're paying your ticket. They're basically saying, hey, everybody that's watching this, it's on me. That's effectively what they're doing for you. So, I hope they have your appreciation as well. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up. And yeah, this video will be public when we're done. It's good. You can go back and rewatch it. And then I'll have some more videos coming up. I have to finish the Subaru edit. I've got an edit with an interview with the folks over at Good Sync. We're going to talk about their product. Got to get that done. And then, as I mentioned, the builds that are coming up. So lots of stuff going on. More to look forward to. I'll see you all again very, very soon. And you know what? I'm just realizing I didn't see. I guess I might have skipped past DJ Big Red. No, I said his name. Okay. It just occurred to me. I had a moment of blank spot. But anyway, all right. I will see you all again very soon. Ignore the squirrels, and until then, bye for now.